Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Long time no see. My apologies for not being live more often. However, I think, as you can imagine, actual electoral politics, which, as I get more involved in electoralism, I'm like, man, we are fighting super hard to achieve a less than desirable result. Pretty wild, but say la vie. There you gotta. It's the classic South Park episode, right? You gotta choose between a turd sandwich and a douche, and there is an actual benefit to one over the other, and we're going to be talking about that tonight. So, Andrew Wilson, known Christian conservative, I think you might accept the label Christian nationalist, famous for beating up on e-thoughts on the whatever podcast, popularized by such antics. What's up, nerd? Same old tofu, same old. Good evening, astronaut farmer. Good evening, amphibious orca. Good evening, Stephen Sosby. Just voted for Trump today. Let's hope and we get the win. Well, Stephen Sosby, we're on opposite teams for this election, but as long as you made an evaluative decision between what you thought was the lesser of two evils and you voted your conscience, then I am happy and proud of you as someone participating in this republic. So I came to a different result, but we'll be talking about that tonight. Anyways, so long time no talk, just to kind of catch you guys up on everything. The probably about 2 months ago, when does it start? I'll be eating dinner. Probably 10 minutes or so, I think is when we agreed. I'll double check my thing, but he was literally DMing me like 30 seconds ago, so I have a feeling he'll be approximately on time. We'll be with Andrew probably for about 2 hours, and then I'm going to move into a conversation with the geopolitical guy, basically a fellow geopol nerd. D Predator says, hi, Connor. Good evening. I wrote in Joe Biden. I don't think they count those for Kamala Harris. You wanted Suit Brain Joe for president? Hey, there you go. I did not expect you to vote for Kamala, good sir. Well, listen, let's put it this way. Andrew Wilson's probably going to grill me pretty hard because obviously she has let's call them hot takes on gun control. And I think he's right. Andrew Wilson's been railing on Twitter for the past few days about how the only reason why Trump may lose is because of abortion. But I think that's like an accurate assessment. And I am not particularly passionate about abortion. My wife, on the other hand, she's very passionate about it. So we'll see. Liam says, when is the Adam friended bullying stream? Well, hey, we might carve out some time for it tonight. So, the thing is, you don't want to overplay your hatred for someone because then it looks like obsession, right? But at the same time, if I was Adam friended, I'm just going to put it this way. I am doing well on Warhammer, but let's face it, it's a different kind of content. It's breakdown content. You literally take existing content, you cut out 30 or 40% of it, you interject it with lore. People are not watching that for my personality. They're watching it for, the content, the lore. And so I am just a vehicle to that content. Sitch and Adam, it could be argued that, yeah, they're a vehicle to political content, but it can also be argued that a lot of the reason why people show up is because of their personalities. Therefore, Sitch and Adam actually do have a parasocial relationship with their audience that is probably stronger than, let's say, our parasocial bond. However, so Adam could, like big dog me or whatever, but he doesn't. That's like the funny thing. He'll big dog me when it comes to coming to a stream. He'll be like, oh, well, I'm not really interested in talking about this with you. He'll do that. But then he'll show up in my YouTube replies. Why? As a larger creator, if someone was talking smack about you and you did not enjoy them talking smack about you, why would you go to their YouTube channel, to their reply section to complain about how they were talking smack about you? Either do the stream or ignore it. Like straight up. I do not. Maybe it's because I came up in the debate scene, so that would be viewed as absolute weakness to the 10 millionth degree. But that is let's just say he's not disproving my assertions by showing up to my reply sections to argue with me, but refusing to do it on stream. And I think you guys know me too. Like I'm a fairly reasonable guy. I think I'm a fairly chill guy. Mr. Andrew Wilson is here, so we're going to bring him in just a second. I'm just going to read these last ones. Andy was coping hard for being voted out. Oh yeah, well we'll talk about that. All right, cool. All right, let's get it in. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Connor? How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How you living? You're You still having fun with all the shenanigans going on?
What shenanigans are you talking about?
Well, first off, I guess I was going to say congratulations on blowing up your own metrics through bullying whores on whatever podcast, and then I was going to say I did see you on Jubilee last week, and I saw you laughing in the background of that grocery store comment that Destiny made. Then I think I did see you in the background of another Destiny stream, and so yeah, those were the shenanigans I was referring to.
Well, congratulations on blowing up your own metrics by selling out to a bunch of progressive pieces of shit who have been canvassing very hard against Republicans and taking a paycheck from them. That was awful, awesome on your part too, Connor.
Thanks.
The only distinction, of course, is that I started blowing up after I defeated a very high level atheist debater named Matt Dillahunty and destroyed him. Of course, many of my
Would you call his girlfriend?
Yeah, many of my whatever clips have gone viral. That's true, but it often seems to be a point of contention when people have that because I debate women, that women aren't to be taken seriously, and then they complain to me that they only vote against me because we don't take them seriously, Connor. So,
Well, I hate women too, so that's the good news here. But the so so if you want to get right into it, we can. We have I would say different calculations about what's going on in the election, and so what's your vibe right now? I would say just based off of checking out your Twitter right now, it seems like you're a little apprehensive about women basically using abortion as a wedge issue in order to squeak out a Kamala victory.
they're not voting for any other reason than abortion. Nobody's voting for Kamala Harris because of any economic policies. Nobody's voting for Kamala Harris because they're excited about anything she's going to do. They're voting for her because they want to have unprotected sex and then abort their kids. That's why they're voting for her.
Well, I think that in our DM you said, "Well, you're basically for Kamala, right?" And I think I said I'm against Trump. So that kind of answered your question right there.
Well, you're
didn't
voting
it?
for Kamala, right?
Well, right, yeah, I'm going to be putting her name in
Yeah,
the
I don't
box.
understand. How can you? Why couldn't you be against Trump and then just not vote for either?
Because I'm making an evaluative decision about the lesser of two evils, and I'm picking the lesser evil.
She's not the lesser evil than Trump. That's insane. What? Like based on what? What? How in the world could Kamala Harris be the lesser of two evils? How?
So I would say the two main ones are probably the Republic, if you're talking about base rules of the United States of America, and then also I would say a geopolitical analysis of what's going on internationally. I think she's the lesser of two evils.
Like what?
Well, so for instance, I think that Trump has repeatedly signaled that he would give carte blanche to Israel to do whatever the hell they want to do in Israel and Gaza. And I think that he's also signaled that he would not support Ukraine in a healthy chunk of the ways and basically just let them concede 30% of their territory to Russia. So I would view that as
under Trump. We didn't have any war between Israel and nobody. We didn't have any war between Russia and anybody.
So we have wars
we had
now.
both of the, started by Biden while this chick was the vice president of the United States. It's silly for me to believe for a second that Trump is going to exacerbate violence in the Middle East. He is not a warmonger. He's never been a war hawk. It's against his populist message. He wants nothing to do with any of that. He's a trade guy. He's an economics populist guy.
But hold on. But see, this is where I think we can be a little bit smarter than this. So let's just stick with Israel, Gaza first, and if you want to move to Ukraine, we can. So let's face it, Israel is kicking the shit out of Hamas and Hezbollah, but they're also killing a fudge load of civilians as well, right? So what he's saying is he wants to end the war as quickly as possible, which I've read from his speeches and his conversations and all that kind of stuff, and also Bibi Netanyahu meeting with him around behind the backs of the current establishment is basically saying like, yeah, I'm going to let you do whatever you want to do.
Good. Our job is not to police the war between Israel and Arabs. That's not our job. Our job is to take a hands-off approach and let these people do whatever they want. How is it in your best interest to be involved in a conflict that's been going on for 2,000 years? How is that in any way, shape, or form in America's interest? That's not in Trump's interest.
Because power abhors a vacuum.
He's not a foreign interventionist. He doesn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, I think that is cringe and stupid based off of 20th century history.
So what do you want? What do you want to happen there, Connor?
I want America to be involved in the negotiated solution. I think that allowing Israel
Which is what?
Well, I think allowing Israel to annex Gaza is criminally insane. It basically justifies every single thing that the Palestinians have ever said about Israel.
Yeah, how are you going to stop them?
How are you going to stop them? Yeah. Economic leverage. Don't we give these people $3.2 billion a year? Don't we back them militarily?
These people make most of the huge processors for most of the computers of the world that we use. In fact, HP, all of their processing comes out of these Israeli think tanks. No, nobody, not the Biden administration and not the Trump administration, is going to hamstring Israel from doing away with what's going on or doing away with the God. They don't care. Neither administration cares. What do you think Kamala is going to do to restrain Israel?
I would say an infinitely more muted policy than do whatever you want to do.
What?
Like not allow Israel to annex Gaza, which is what they're talking about doing right now.
What she's going to do is she's going to send hundreds of millions of dollars in aid. Okay, that's what she's going to do. She's going to continue to sell them weapons, defense systems. They're going to continue to do free open trade with them. She's not going to do a fucking thing about it. What are you talking about?
Okay, I still think that her doing economic trade with Israel and still selling them defense weapons while still trying to constrain their expansion into the Gaza Strip is still 10,000 times more nuanced than Trump just saying, yeah, sure, turn it into a parking lot. I don't give a shit. Fuck them.
Connor, you can't restrain things when you have no leverage. What's the leverage?
Think that? See, I think that's insane that you think that we have no. I think it's insane that you think we have no leverage over Israel.
Use it.
Well, see, you might have me there because I agree that oftentimes with Israel, it's pretty much like
not going to use any leverage, any economic sanctions whatsoever against Israel.
She won't use sanctions, but okay. But at the same time, so hold on. You're saying that. Like it's not going to achieve what I want it to achieve. And I agree because I don't expect shit out of politicians. However, at the same time, it's blank check to Israel to do whatever the hell it wants to do.
Versus
or it's check. Stuff. No, not a blank check. Like, so for instance, everybody was all fucking pissy at Biden. Bibi Netanyahu was pissy at Biden because he actually withheld arms munition shipments to Israel. Like, no, it's not nothing.
Oh, no. That really stopped him. They really got him with that one, Connor. They stopped some arms munitions to Israel. That really stopped them from going into their neighboring countries and blowing the shit out of them, using their special operatives to do so.
Wait, so if it wasn't a big deal, then why did Israel piss their pants?
And mowing people down?
Wait, hold on. Fuck. Okay, so hold on. There's an inconsistency here. If it's not a big deal and this is a symbolic gesture, then why was everybody pissing their pants about it? Why did the Republicans throw a shit fit? Why did Bibi Netanyahu start snubbing Biden?
Because that's partisan politics. It's the way it works. But here's how it works in reality.
So they have no leverage, but when they use their leverage, they throw a fucking piss pants party.
Here's the reality versus the kabuki theater, right? And I think you know better than this, but if you don't, I'll educate you real quick, okay?
Thanks.
The Democrats are not going to do a fucking thing to stop Israel from doing anything. And the Republicans are not going to do a fucking thing from stopping Israel from doing anything. Neither side is going to do a damn thing, and it doesn't matter who's in charge. They're not They're not going to intervene on behalf of any of Israel's enemies. It's not going to happen. The lobbying groups here on behalf of Israel are so large and have so much money and so much influence in the halls of government that basically our own Congress's hands are tied. We're involved in so many treaties with this nation. There's essentially nothing which can be done. You can delay an arms shipment for 3 days. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Okay? Israel's going to do whatever the fuck it wants. Kamala is not going to be able to stop that. Trump's not going to be able to stop that. You say it's carte blanche or not carte blanche. If you're hinging your entire reason you're voting for Kamala Harris, who's going to endorse the murder of millions of children throughout her administration, is because you think she's going to put a restraining hand on Israel, I've got a bridge to sell you in the Nevada desert, sir.
Okay, well, I think that there is a inconsistency in your argumentation with the fact of, well, we don't have any leverage. We can't do anything. They're going to do whatever they want to do anyways. And yet when they actually did do something, okay, when they did do something, hold on, you talked for 2 minutes. You talked for 2 minutes. I would like the opportunity to finish it. Okay. Well, what I would like to say is that there is an inconsistency in your position, or at least your position is consistent, but its reflection in reality is inconsistent, which the fact is If this was true, then nobody should have given a fuck about a 3-day delayed shipment. There would have been no talks about this. Nobody would have given a flying fudge because they would have all known that it was kabuki theater. Instead, you had Republicans pissing their pants on the Hill. You had AIPAC throwing a shit fit. You had, Israelis on the internet throwing a shit fit. And you had Bibi Netanyahu basically snubbing the Biden administration because of his actions. So you're saying there's no leverage here, but clearly there was an action and there was consequence.
Yeah, so here's what actually happened. What actually happened is a constituency of lobbyists who go to both the Democrats and Republicans, most of them who are funded by AIPAC, okay? These Israeli lobbyists go to the Democrats, go to the Republicans, and they're like, look, here's the deal. You want us to fund your reelection campaign through super PACs and through all of this shit? Okay, then you're going to go and you're going to make a big fit about this. And you're going to say, Israel's our greatest ally. Because, by the way, there was a bunch of Democrats who also came out and said they need those weapons ASAP. Okay, you're going to go and you're going to tell them that they're going to send those weapons and that Israel is our bestest buddies on planet Earth. And that's exactly what they did, Connor. And that's exactly what they're always going to do. Because they don't care. Now, my position, which you strawman heavily, just to reiterate, is actually this. It's not that we don't have leverage. We could shut down Israel in 5 fucking minutes, but we won't. It's not that we have leverage with everybody on planet Earth, okay? But Democrat scumbag progressives restrain us from using any type of actual political power that delivers any kind of consequences to anybody because it might be racist or sexist or mean. It might be mean, Connor.
Okay.
That's the actual position.
Okay. Well, then I think that there are some facts on the ground that contradict your position. But if we're going to not align on this one, it seems like the other one that we were mentioning was Ukraine. And then it also seems like this is all in the backdrop of killing millions of kids. So it seems like the root fundamental issue that you're having is that Democrats are more permissive of abortion. So do you want to hit Ukraine real quick and then we can do abortion?
Yeah, you can hit Ukraine. What about it?
Okay. So when it comes to Ukraine, I think that Trump has consistently signaled that he's basically going to say, Ukraine, give up 30% of your territory overnight.
Yeah, he's probably going to save a lot of lives by doing that.
Okay. That's not what Ukrainians want.
Okay, well, so here's the thing, Connor. Let me just ask you, if you had a crystal ball, you were a soldier for a long time. Do you think that a large portion of Ukraine is going to get annexed by Russia, whether the fucking Ukrainians like it or not?
I think that if I was playing my centrist thing, then I think that Donetsk and Luhansk is not coming back to Ukraine. Crimea is not coming back to Ukraine. No. And the best that the Ukrainians could hope for is using their incursion into Kursk as a negotiation chip in order to get back Zaporozhye.
They're going to lose the Donbass area.
Sure. Yeah. But they could get back Zaporozhye in negotiations.
That's mission accomplished. Okay. They're running out of soldiers. Okay. They're going to surrender.
So are the fucking Russians. No. Like, dude, yes, nope. Yes. Oh, okay. So North Koreans are fighting in Russia or fighting in Ukraine because they're doing so good?
The Russians just brought back the Dragoon. I mean, they have motorcycle troopers now who are effectively shooting these drones fighters down. This was their big thorn in their side. They brought back the Dragoon soldier. They're actually blowing these fucking drones out of the sky now. They're so quick, and their shotgun soldiers are taking them out so fast. They're making massive strides again in this war. By the way, it was always inevitable. It's just a simple matter of numbers, right? It's like Starship Troopers. They go, it's a matter of numbers. And here's the thing, boys, they got them, and we don't. It's the same thing here. They're going to take it. Hang on, they're going to take it. So, yeah, I'm sure that Trump will go in and be like, well, here's the thing, guys. We can play this game of you lose another 100,000 troops and most of your young men in Ukraine and then fill your whole country up with immigrants to impregnate for your future generation because all your young men are fucking dead or 40% of them are dead. Or we can stop the war and you can annex the territory because that's what's going to happen anyway. That's what every defense analyst is saying. That's what every expert is saying.
Okay, there is a massive difference between, again, carte blanche to Russia, which I think would be in Donald Trump's cards, where they would take Zaporozhye along with Donetsk and Luhansk. And basically, if we sabotage Ukraine by no longer supporting them, then they would take the entirety of the Donbass and not the current borders as they presently exist. Not just that, but let's just say that considering what I've seen on news reports and social media, I think you have a very rosy picture of war from the Russian side, considering that they sacrificed thousands of troops in order to gain inches on the map. And then not only that, their Russian troops are basically pissing and shitting in the field, catching dysentery. And then when they get wounded, they don't go back to the med station to get taken care of. They commit suicide on the battlefield because that is more preferable than going back to get medical care. I've seen like half a dozen Russian troops eat a gun rather than go back to their own lines. That's
Connor,
insane.
You studied World War II pretty in depth, right?
Sure.
Yeah. What was the Russian soldier like in World War II? They were a fucking peasant who defecated in their drinking water. They were a bunch of marauding rapists. They were a bunch of brutes. They often shot people on their own side for less than nothing. They were absolutely the scum of that war, and they won. They absolutely won.
Wouldn't support the modern technology army aligned with EU and NATO with modern drones that are slaughtering them wholesale? Why wouldn't I support the opposition to the marauding bandit, rapist, murderers that you just described?
Well, first of all, I described how the Russian army was in World War II. And what we were doing was looking at tactics. And you were saying that, because it's an actual war, and we haven't seen one of those in our lifetime, where there's actual people in trenches killing each other. Both sides are catching dysentery, dying from infected wounds, and things that happen in real fucking wars. That's what's going on here. Yes, I agree with you, Connor. War is hell, and right now they're having a hell of a war. But the thing is like if we were to follow Connor's foreign policy plan, here's Connor's foreign policy plan. The United States continues to bolster the Ukraine for as long as possible, sending over maximum number of special forces, which we're doing right now, to train Ukrainians and run special operations behind enemy lines, even though this is not acknowledged by the United States. That is what indeed is going on. Okay. And we can make sure that they sacrifice somewhere around 60% of their young male population, because that's where it's headed. Okay. And then what's going to happen to the Ukraine is that they're going to have to flood their country with foreign immigrants to impregnate their women and lose their central fucking identity anyways. Or we can do what the United States is terrible at doing and mind our own fucking business. We could do that too. We could just, mind our own fucking business.
I am going to share something with you, and I want you to see it. Okay. So let's talk about this real quick, all right? We're looking at Ukraine, right? All right, so right now, the territories that the Russians currently hold that I would say they're not getting back is Crimea, right? This area right here. They're not getting that back.
Yeah, they've had that for a long time, though.
Right. Then we have Donetsk and Luhansk, the two areas that are currently in dispute. It's roughly this area, right? In the border, if we look it up, there's a border between Ukrainian forces and Russian forces that goes approximately here, right? I think they're fighting over Kramatorsk. Somebody could correct me, right? Then we have this area called Zaporozhye. This is in contest right now because the Ukrainians have a foothold in Kherson, but all of this is currently Russian controlled and it's hard for them to break out, okay? This is where you're talking about, I agree with you that we're effectively taking hundreds of thousands of young men and we're feeding them to the wood chipper.
Yep.
Okay? I agree with you here. So what happened, because Ukraine was feeding their people to the wood chipper along this border that Russia was successfully defending, is they came up into Russia, a move which never would have been supported by a Trump White House, and they took this area of Russia called Kursk.
Yeah, and they're going to lose it.
Which, by the way, is not particularly far south from Moscow. Yeah, but it's not a question of whether or not they permanently hold it. A question is whether or not they can trade it for Zaporozhye, which I would say is actually the peaceable. Well, sure, they would. Yeah, they would trade Kursk for Zaporozhye.
Listen, they're going to get ground into dust. They're out of soldiers. Zelensky has said, we're out of soldiers. We're out of soldiers. They're drafting 65-year-olds, Connor. They're drafting 65-year-old men to get them in the fucking field, Connor.
Can't I just go back to your statement of like, this is war and war is hard and war sucks ass? And
you can, but what I want is this. What I want is an answer to this. Okay. If you're General Connor, General Connor is the head now of the United Nations, special apparatus to look at the Ukrainian-Russian war, a war in which no other country can get involved because the Russians are armed with nuclear bombs. So No other country can intervene. We're not allowed to do that. We can have limited excursions of special forces, which we have all over the fucking place, and then we just deny that they're part of American special forces. You know the drill. That's how it works. Okay.
Wait, we're not talking about the volunteer who got killed, right? The guy who was retired.
No, we're talking about actual American Green Berets who are behind enemy lines training Ukrainians, which we all know is going on, even though we pretend that that's not what's going on. That's what's going on. Okay. So here's the thing. And they're running special operations. Everybody knows it. Nobody acknowledges it. That's how the United States does proxy warfare. Okay, and how all of the European nations.
Why are we bringing this up? I'm gonna listen.
Hang on, bro. I'm trying. Let me just get through it. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so
I'm taking note though.
Yeah. So as we go through this, we're bolstering the Ukrainian forces. They're using their soldiers, their troops, in order to fight the Russians. Connor says, "Well, that's good for us to grind their troops down into fucking nothing, and their young men down into nothing." For land which essentially General Connor would have to admit is more than likely going to go to the Russians anyway. Now, the Russians can afford to have the same amount of ground down troops as the Ukrainians. It's not going to hurt them a bit. It's not going to hurt them. So geopolitically, we're not even fucking hurting them. We're not even hurting their population by doing this. The Ukrainians are going to suffer it's enormous, the type of suffering that they're going to end up with if this war continues and Zelensky is allowed to continue to feed the young men of his nation into the grind machine. So why is it that you just don't want to stop the fucking war?
So okay. So what I would say is that hold on, I'll save that for the last. So what I would say is that when you look at war, oftentimes people, and I'm not accusing you of this, I'm just accusing maybe some people in your audience of doing this. They look at the pieces of material and personnel like chess pieces on a chessboard, and the point is to destroy, all the pieces on the board so that somebody wins. That's not war. The way that war almost always
on what the objective is.
Okay, well, I would say that almost all wars have ended in some level of negotiated settlement that can or cannot be broken. So in Ukraine, I do not think it is militarily or logistically possible for Ukraine to take back the current territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, or Crimea. I think it's too militarily expensive. I don't think they have the manpower or the technology or the tactics to do it. Okay. What I do think they have, because Kherson is a major city, it is on the Dnipro River, it is an important logistics hub, is that they can use Kursk, because Russia has had to redeploy massive amounts of troops in order to protect their own backyard, which was effectively left undefended. They can trade that for Zaporozhye, which is ideal. Now, what I think Trump is going to do, because this conversation ultimately is about Trump, is he's going to say, hey, Ukraine, settle on Russia's terms, or else you're getting no further support from the United States or the European Union at all, and you can go fudge yourself. So what you're doing is you're basically saying, yeah, the Ukrainians should largely surrender. And here's another thing that really frustrates me about this. If we have had Vietnam and Afghanistan are prime examples of American allies collapsing under pressure and failing to fight for their own territories, and they lost it within a matter of weeks or days. Ukraine has been prosecuting this war almost for a decade, and yet they're still fighting. But you want to throw in the towel on their behalf. If the Crimean annexation started in 2014,
that wasn't even a fight. It wasn't even a fight.
Which is hold on, which is also funny, because here's another thing. I'm not quite sure what your perspective was on our special forces training Ukrainian forces or operating on Ukrainian soil. Some kind of you could tell me what your point is. I'm not even going to guess at it. But isn't that kind of like the exact thing that Russia was doing, in which they were annexing Crimea by pretending that these were all volunteer militiamen from Luhansk and Donetsk, and they all showed up in Russian paramilitary uniforms in Crimea?
Yeah.
So were you trying to morally impugn the United States for being more involved than we said we were? What do you...
What I'm saying
is just being descriptive.
What I'm saying is that it's a really, really good idea for the United States to mind its own fucking business when it comes to European wars. We have a terrible track record when we get involved in them. And by the way, Russia wouldn't be the fucking superpower it is today if we hadn't gotten involved in World War II and sided with them when they were fucking destroying half of Europe. Okay,
here's the thing. I'm going to press you on this. Yeah, I'm going to press you on this.
Massive bolstered superpower which only exists, again, because of the United States and its rebuilding efforts and sending it untold amounts of money for weaponry and everything else in order to then grind itself against our enemies. Then we get bogged down in Afghanistan. I mean, it's come back to bite us. Our foreign policy of interventionism has come back to bite us in the ass a million fucking times.
So I'm going to press you on this. So World War I is basically the history of the United States being non-interventionist until it was ultimately sucked into the war. Yeah, until we were sucked into the war. Because all of our trade partners were getting annihilated to the point that they were killing Americans.
Yeah, so what?
And then same thing. Oh, okay. So you would have ignored World War I to the point that Europe just does its own thing.
World War One is what it, so World War II, you could make the moral imperative in World War II. We were attacked by the Japanese, and Germany declared war on us. That's an entirely different ballgame than World War I, which, yes, we were sucked into, but if we had not gotten involved in that war, there would not have been a Treaty of Versailles, which led to World War II. Because what we ended up doing was splitting Western and Eastern Germany off, giving Western Germany to France, and then giving away Eastern Germany. And so this gave Hitler all the cause in the world to do his reunification program, where he went into France and justified it by saying, oh, they're making our German workers work in the fucking coal mines in order to repay them for the war efforts because of this treaty. We set the stage for all of this with our foreign intervention, Connor. We did that. And we constantly do that. And the only reason that you want to go and fight this fucking war in Ukraine is because someone told you it was a good idea. And anytime, that's it.
No, it's not.
That's it. They're going to lose, and there's young men are going to get carried home in fucking body bags, bro. That's what's happening.
Okay. See, here's the thing. If you add up all of the casualties from American intervention since World War II, it's almost a bad month during World War II. And the reason why is because low-scale conflict for, conflicts around the world, in order to make sure that you don't have these multilateral alliances that cause cascading collapses of international geopolitical warfare, is important to maintaining world order in trade. And so when I look at a few 100,000 dead in Ukraine, that's fucking awful. Awful for the Ukrainians, awful for the Russians. And on top of that, what I predicted to you already is exactly what I think is going to happen. Hold on. I'm not done yet. I waited for you patiently. You can wait for me patiently.
Go ahead.
Okay. So no, when I see lower scale conflicts the world over for the history of the 20th century, what I see is the United States trying to contain what is happening internationally so we don't have another World War I, so we don't have another World War II.
Okay. The United States has the most powerful Navy on planet Earth, the most powerful Navy on planet Earth, with nuclear subs off the coast of every nuclear-armed nation on planet Earth with first strike capability anywhere at any time. Our trade we are so successful with our trade syndicates with the petrodollar that we have professional privateers whose entire job under a brand new form of market reprisal is to kill pirates in Somalia every single day, and then we give them huge bounties to do it. We are under absolutely no threat anywhere in the world ever, Connor, of ever having a problem with trade supply, ever.
That's
never going to happen.
It's just not true. Now, okay, not only is that
there's not
true,
a single Navy anywhere that could ever oppose us in any capacity, ever, anywhere on planet Earth. In fact, Connor, I'll go so far as to say if you united all of the First World and Second World Navies together, and all of them in unison attacked the United States naval forces, that they would fucking lose.
Okay.
I would go so far as to say that.
Okay. So here we go. All right. Number one, there's something that you said a few minutes ago that I'm going to address, and then I'm going to address what you just said. So number one, you said that we empowered the current Russian state through our post-World War II actions. I think that, I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire on this, but I think you're missing a whole chunk of history called the Cold War, in which communism spread across the world, gained a whole bunch of alliances that were in competition with Western liberal democracies. They became their own empire that was our rivals in many degrees, to the point that many in the West thought that we were going to collapse before they did. And then we forced them through military and economic competition, ultimately to collapse in the 80s. And Russia, right now, we're talking about, you're saying, oh, well, we empowered the Russian, the Russian Empire to be, come again. Man, they thought they were going to take Kyiv in like 3 or 4 days in this, whatever they call it, a gay limited military operation. They don't have Latvia. They don't have Estonia. They don't have Poland. They don't have any of Eastern Europe. And the reason why they don't have any of Eastern Europe is because we took their candy and ate it in front of them.
Well, let's start.
I reject. Sorry, last statement, and then I'll save my other bullet point. I reject this fact that we empowered the modern Russian Empire through our post-World War II activities.
Well, you reject it. Well, okay. Let's see. Mr. Rejects it. The Russians were under the leadership of one who, during World War II, what was his name?
Joseph Stalin.
And who was the head of the Communist Party, the first head of the Communist Party in Russia?
I got no idea, man. There's like 7 of them.
The first head leader was Joseph Stalin, was the first head communist leader of Russia. Okay. And now who were the communists and fascists fighting? The United States or each other? Each other. They were fighting each other, Connor. In fact,
Poland while doing so. What the fuck are you talking about?
And what happened? What happened? Yes, of course, because the Treaty of Versailles. Because Treaty of Versailles, they wanted the unification of Germany. So they had the War of the Roses with Austria, where the Germans literally walked in. And the reason they called it the War of the Roses is because the Austrians were throwing fucking roses at the Germans' feet because they wanted to be reunified with Germany. Okay, there was a huge, massive issue going on at the time. Okay, so Hitler wants to do this reunification program. He attacks the communists. Them and the communists are embroiled in a brutal fight. Okay, brutal fight. Hitler gets all the way to Moscow, encircles it, okay, till the winter counteroffensive, which was 100% utilized by gasoline and everything else from IG Farben, from different American companies who bolstered the communists in order to push back the fascists. We supported them all the way up to where they went through and raped almost every woman in Berlin. They literally call it the raping of Berlin for a reason, Connor. There's a whole movie you can watch on it called The Raping of Berlin. We bolstered the communists every which way we possibly could. And then you're going to complain, oh, but Andrew, we had a Cold War after where we had to stop the same communists who we bolstered in a European war that was none of our fucking business. And so what ends up happening? So what ends up happening?
We should have let Hitler turbo fuck Europe. We should just let him do it.
The rise of Hitler and all of that happened due to the interventionism of the United States in World War I. If without the United States presence in that European war, the Germans likely would have won that war. There would never have been a fucking Hitler. And there wouldn't have been fascism. And most of that wouldn't have even fucking happened. And that's the truth. And every good scholar, historical scholar, agrees with that assessment.
The Treaty of Versailles
caused World War II.
Rejected. I think what you just said would get rejected by 99% of World War II and World War I historians. Not because there isn't a causal link between World War I and World War II, but the fact that you think Germany wins the war and then all of a sudden fascism and communism as ideas disappear from Europe. What the fuck are we talking about?
Listen to me. The Treaty of Versailles. If there had not been a Treaty of Versailles, there would not have been. I heard you
and I acknowledged it.
Listen, there would not have been a World War II. The reason that
these
the Allies
still been popular.
Stop, bro. Let me finish, and then you can respond. The reason that the Allies won World War I was due to American interventionism. Had we not, there's a good likelihood that Germany, who was just the last man, they did not start that war. They were dragged into the war just like we were. There's a good chance that they would have won. What ultimately they were punished the worst because they were the last man standing. And we were able to divvy up the assets because he who wins gets to do whatever the fuck they want. That's how that works. Okay. Now, it had the United States not intervened in that war, and they didn't want to. The public did not want to intervene, Connor. They didn't want anything to do with it until a bunch of propagandists came in with the sinking of the Lusitania and claimed that because the Lusitania was sunk in the ocean by Germans who warned our trade federation not to send trade ships through war-infested waters, After the Lusitania was sunk, they propagandized the United States into going to war there too. It was the dumbest fucking thing we ever did. Yes, our foreign intervention policy is extremely bad, right? And this current war in Ukraine, yes, I would love for it to stop. So before we have another 100, 200,000 young Ukrainian men, Orthodox, many of them, get run through the fucking meat grinder in order to bolster your fucking sick idea of democracy. It's like this war has been brewing over there for 60 years. 60 fucking years.
Okay. Let's get to the core of the issue, I guess, which is interventionism. All right. So I disagree with with World War I. My understanding is that we were effectively isolationist up until we weren't, because it was so fucking bad. There were so many people getting turbo fucked by the war that eventually we went in order to end it. Yes.
No, it was widely true. No, here's what's just
true. You spoke for 5 minutes. I would like the opportunity to return. Sure. And then actually, instead of going tit for tat on history, I probably want to get to the root, which I do think is interventionism.
Okay.
Then when it comes to World War II, I don't give two flying fucks about Russians and fascists were fighting each other first. Therefore, we shouldn't have supported either of them. We should have let them take each other out. And then basically, I don't know, we would have ruled from the ashes as like some anarcho-capitalist trade partner who traded with everyone. Fuck the Poles, fuck the Estonians, fuck the Latvians, fuck the Ukrainians, fuck the French, fuck the Spaniards, fuck the Italians. Let them all kill each other. Like that's basically what I heard. Is Europe? We should have just let Europe become a fucking ashtray because fuck them all. I mean, did I hear that correct?
Let me try to. This is neat framing, but even the framing is kind of odd. So my position is this: that the United States is locked behind an ocean. Okay, continental war, intercontinental war with Europe is next to impossible. Okay, it's next to impossible for them to sustain a war against us, and always has been. It was the main cause of us winning the Revolutionary War was distance and then interventionism from the French. Okay, that's it. So it became too expensive to continue to propagate that war effort. In World War I, you can go back and look at articles widely, the American public did not want to get involved in that war. And European wars, there was mass propaganda against it. Nobody wanted to get involved. It was very, very, very unpopular until the sinking of the Lusitania. Once the Lusitania was sunk, there was a huge propaganda machine in the United States with vested interests that wanted to get involved in that war because they were war hawks. They were going to make a lot of fucking money on that war. And they did everything they could to get us involved, and we did. And to the victories went the spoils. That's how we ended up with the Treaty of Versailles. That is, and you can read Pat Buchanan's book on this. That is directly what led to World War II. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So hold on. You did a descriptive run through of the history again. I'm asking. So you said Connor is the general of Ukraine. Yeah. I said use Kursk in order to get back Zaporozhye, set new borders. They join the EU, join NATO. Okay, that's General Connor. What is your prescription, I guess, for what should the United States have done in World War I and World War II?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that's particularly I mean, I would have minded our business in World War I, and we wouldn't have had a World War II.
What does that mean?
It means that I would not have intervened with military force overseas on behalf of anybody. Like, for instance, right now, Germany is a very staunch ally of the United States. Okay. When we were in World War I, our relationship with Germany was very, very different than it was in World War II. Our relationship with France also. And remember, we're going in, before you say anything about what about the English. I mean, we fought a Revolutionary War against the English, then the War of 1812. We fought again against the English, and yet now they're one of our staunchest allies. Often through non-intervention, we're able to make our best alliances by not trying to pick sides, by not trying to get involved. Okay. Many of the
so I disagree with this too. We're best friends with the Japanese, and we dropped 2 sons on their fucking country.
Because we had Reconstruction afterwards, we bought the country essentially. Okay. And we forced them into a treaty where they can only have a defensive military. That's it. That's the only reason. But if you look at the war with Mexico, we had a war with Mexico and their staunch allies as well. People we fight with.
But you're trying to assert that like when we don't intervene, we're still friends.
No, people we fight with. Yes, rebuilding them and creating staunch alliances is a good idea, but we should not
Wait, hold
go
on. Is
out.
Mexico our friend or our enemy?
I mean, I would consider them to be like if the North America was attacked, I think Mexico would assist us in whatever the attack was.
You do I'm just trying to say, like, and I do see chat. They want us to get to basically Trump, which, by the way, like, I love history, so I'm happy to go down these rabbit holes with you. But you know that we also turbo fucked Mexico for like 30% of their territory, right?
Well, that's because we were in the midst of a war and we were able to annex it. Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to check that, you know, we do know where the southwestern United States comes from, right?
Mexico attacked us. Santa Anna attacked us.
Wait. So we're not justified in World War I and World War II, but we are justified in the Mexican-American War.
We weren't attacked in World War One.
Okay. You know what? There's enough weird parallels there. So what I would say about it is, in the territory of Texas, that was a Mexican territory. American citizens settled there, and then they wanted the United States to annex it. That's what caused the Battle of the Alamo. That's what caused the border skirmishes that led us into war with Mexico. I would also say we offered to buy the southwestern United States. No. Well, hold on. This is for the audience more than it is for you. We offered to buy the southwestern United States for 3 or 4 times. Mexico rejected it multiple times, despite only having a few thousand colonists in what is modern California. And so when we had an excuse, we said, fuck you, Mexico. And then we walked down there, punched them right in the dick, and took 1/3 of the United States.
Yeah, that's pure revisionist history. But okay, Connor.
That's history.
If we're gonna get over to Trump,
that's what Abraham Lincoln believed, by the way. And he was alive at the time.
You mean the guy who went and burned down the entire South in order to have reunification? That guy?
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. His perspective was that a bunch of moneyed interests created a pretext for war with Mexico, so we could seize the 1/3 of the United States, or 1/3 of colonial Mexico.
Yeah, I got about an hour or so. Do we want to get to the Trump stuff here?
Sure. Let's get to the Trump stuff. So I cited geopolitics. Obviously, we're not seeing eye to eye on Ukraine or Israel. So I guess let's move past history and geopolitics. Mm-hmm. I also don't think he's particularly well versed on like the economics, like the tariffs. I also think that he's kind of silly on the fact that he thinks that, I'm responsible for exclusively the economy up until 2020 and 0% of the inflation, even though I oversaw the entire like economic shutdown of COVID. And on top of that, I printed a whole bunch of checks that I put my name on, but I'm not responsible for the inflation anyways.
Yeah. Biden did the same exact thing.
Okay, sure. And by the way, I think Democrats are like functionally economically illiterate. Okay, so when you say, yeah, you're right, because there's lesser evils here. But you're saying Biden did as well. So can I get you to admit that shutting down the economy and printing fuckloads of money causes inflation?
Well, I think it does. Yeah.
Okay. And all right, then I'll leave it there. I think everybody can infer.
I think it does. Yeah, but I also think that you leave out critical context that. At the beginning of COVID-19, I don't know if you remember this or not, but we were being shown images of people catching this virus and falling over dead in China. And it was on newsreels going 24 hours a day. They were saying that this thing was far more deadly than it ended up being. Okay. Trump was in a position where he had to protect the American public. He thought that this virus, and all of his advisors were telling him that this virus had a much higher lethality rate than it did. In order to respond to this, he had no idea what else he could do except to say the best thing that we can do until we know more about it is to lock this not just lock the economy down, right? But have people in a stay-at-home position for a few weeks until they could figure out at least what was going on with this virus, because this is the information which was being fed to him. Now, as it went, we were able to learn more and more about this and learn that was not the case at all, and that people knew it wasn't the case at all. But Trump gets a whole lot of blame for doing exactly what Democrats claim he should have done. Listen to the experts. He did exactly what they always say he doesn't do. He listened to the experts at the CDC. He listened to expert Fauci. He listened to all of them who said this is exactly what you need to do in order to protect the American people, because it's the next fucking Black Death, Donald. Okay, it's 100 years and it's the next Black Death, and you better lock people up at least for a little while. give them a stay-at-home order so that the entire American public doesn't fucking die from this thing. That's what he was being told. Okay. So there's some critical context there. And then Democrats later are like, well, this thing really wasn't that big of a deal, right? This thing wasn't, but at the time they were like driving in their cars with fucking masks on, with hoses coming out of them to their fucking window so that they could get fresh air and shit. Let's not do the revisionist history thing, bro. I was there. You were there.
You're not going to hear very many objections from me along those points that basically institutionalists, people I think that's the best way to call them, institutionalists, people who support and defend and advocate for institutions. That was their recommendations. They were very passionate about it. They kind of enforced this cultural perspective, I would guess, that led to people wearing masks while they're driving in their vehicles by themselves, which is obviously insane. And I think honestly, I would analogize this to the Spanish flu. It did kill a fuckload of people. It just didn't kill most people. Would be okay, right? Like I think the total death toll for the United States of America was 1 million.
It wasn't anything like the Spanish flu. So
why not?
The thing is that ultimately,
if I check out Spanish flu,
first of all, just so you know, under the Spanish flu, do you know what the president of the United States did at the time under the Spanish flu? He kept it under wraps and refused to tell the American public about it at all.
Yeah,
that was the official policy. It does not exist. They didn't even talk about it. He refused to talk about it, period. Okay, and it wasn't just about the death rate. It was about the demographic of the death rate. COVID was killing the elderly. The Spanish flu was killing young men in their prime, mostly soldiers, because they were being transported across Europe in cattle cars and trains, and so their proximity was super close, and they would be given doses of ibuprofen as high as 20 pills at a time because that was a brand new drug called aspirin that was on the market. So there was a whole bunch of contributing factors to the Spanish flu as well. But no, it wasn't really anything like the Spanish flu. And the president at the time under the Spanish influenza kept it completely under wraps and said it was no big deal at all. No big deal at all.
Let's just say Spanish flu was not fatal for most people, but it was fatal for a substantive amount of the population that it was worth considering as an economic impact. I think 1 million people dying from COVID is also something worth calculating.
People didn't even know the Spanish flu was happening in America. They didn't even know about it.
Okay, I think you're exaggerating how much we can dismiss it.
I think that you need to go back and you need to look at what
it's 486 per 100,000. What's the death rate for COVID? You're going to make me Google this shit because you want the win?
No. I'm not talking about how many were killed. The amount of elderly in the United States who are prone to influenza and diseases like this is astronomical. They die from it in huge rates.
Okay, but hold on. The only thing that I'm trying to do, I don't give a shit if they're directly analogous. The only thing that I'm trying to do is if I look up the death rate for Spanish flu and if I look up the death rate for COVID, let's just say that I acknowledge that the Spanish flu was killing people, young men more, okay? Which makes sense because the flu was killing a fuckload of people back then because we didn't have all the treatments that we have available today, okay? So
I mean, let's just say young men though.
That's Spanish flu wasn't?
The Spanish flu was, but the flu wasn't. The normal, like regular influenza was not disproportionately affecting young men.
But the thing that I'm trying to avoid Googling right now, because I don't really care that much, I don't think it's necessarily pertinent, is if I look up the death rates per 100,000 between Spanish flu and COVID, are they going to be similar?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm just saying that it's not a similar circumstance. We were told that this was a. What I'm saying is that you were there, I was there. We were told that this was the next Black Plague, right? That's how it was being treated. And so,
if it had turned out to
there was no and there was nothing else.
What's the one that you shit? What's the one that you shit to death and bleed to death out of your eyes?
It's really bad. It's going to kill a lot. It's going to kill a whole lot of people. The only thing he really could do was put in a stay-at-home order. And since he knew that Americans, they still had to eat, even if there was a new Black Death coming. What else could he do but infuse and turbocharge
Ebola? That's what I was thinking of.
What else could he do except pay him to stay at home?
Anyways, listen. All right, listen. So,
and by the way, Democrats backed that plan. They backed the plan.
I'm not a fucking Democrat. What the fuck do you want from me? You want me to defend every stupid fucking thing they've ever fucking said?
Democrat, bro. What do you mean?
Which we can get to. So hold on. And I was thinking of Ebola when I was mentioning that anyways. So, all right. So hold on. We were talking about it. The only thing that I wanted to pull out of that, conversation was whether or not shutting down the economy and increasing payments causes inflation, because apparently what happened, according to Trump, obviously, is no inflation happened under him. Nothing bad happened under him. The economy was great. Everything was singing. Are you better off, 4 years than you are now, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, last year of his office, let's just call it a little ragged. Okay. But moving into, I guess what's going on now.
Connor, sure. Let's just assume for a second that Trump is wrong and there was inflation under his watch because of this, which I think there was. I think most rational people would think that there was. Right?
Or it happened as the next president took office.
That Obama is sitting around and claiming that Trump inherited his economy, and his economy was so fucking fantastic, and that's the only reason that Trump's economy was so good. That's a bullshit lie, one. And two, the entire thing about it, I don't even understand the economic position on this. Maybe you can explain it to me. Okay.
Sure.
I don't understand how the federal government can raise revenue other than either taxing an individual, taxing a corporation, or taxing imports and exports. I have no idea how they can even raise revenue external to that, at least in some significant amount. They have some ROIs. Some of them work out. Some of them don't. Most of them don't. Okay. But the history of the United States was using tariff for revenue, and the protectionist tariff was there specifically in order to keep the playing field level against competition against our own industry. Like, for instance, the steel industry in the 1950s. We had the largest and strongest and most robust steel industry on planet Earth, and now the Chinese do because of these free trade agreements that we had, which is insane. Okay. Trump says, I want to come in and I want to reinstitute these tariffs, thus shifting the tax burden onto the import exporter rather than onto the American citizen or the corporation. The Democrats counter with, but that's going to raise the prices, which is true. Negligibly, it will. But they're saying they want a massive corporate tax, which also is a massive tax hike on the American public, way, way bigger than another country offsetting their trade-ins. So why the fuck would you vote for that, Connor? Why would you vote for a massive tax hike on Main Street, which is exactly what's going to happen when they put in their corporate tax policies, because they're busy fear-mongering that, if there's trade tariffs, that's going to negligibly raise the prices on Main Street. It's like, yeah, that's true, but not anything like what's going to happen when they raise these corporate taxes and they let these tax cuts go out. Those are all hidden taxes towards the consumer as well.
All right. You asked a complex question, so you're going to have to allow me to give you a complex answer. Okay. I'll try to keep it as brief as I possibly can. So if we have, let's say, let's use box fans, because let's just say I buy box fans from Walmart, right? So a box fan manufactured in Malaysia for cents on the dollar is obviously going to be like $19.99, right?
Yep.
A box fan manufactured in the United States of America because of OSHA and regulatory laws, and they actually pay their employees $7 an hour instead of 5 cents an hour. That thing is going to cost $50, right? So what Trump, as far as I understand from a tariffs perspective, is saying is that I'm going to make American products competitive by doing tariffs. Now, you can say that either the importer is going to be the one who pays that, or it's going to be the exporter, the foreign exporter, who is going to be the one who pays that. But regardless of who's paying for it, that's still going to increase the cost of the goods sold. You already acknowledged this in your statement. Therefore, what's going to happen is box fans, as an example product, is going to go to the American price of $50, right? And so now, so our economy is largely built around, I think incorrectly, a minimum wage system in which minimum wage workers are effectively subsidized by cheap international products. The reason why you can have somebody smoking pot, playing an Xbox, jerking off with a fucking $20 box fan is because they're getting paid $10 an hour or $7 an hour.
Why do you want to keep doing that then?
Because I think we're going to turbo fuck the economy as a result. I seriously think that I think simultaneously deporting 6%. Well, I mean, I'll finish the sentence if you want. Simultaneously deporting 6% of the population while also increasing the tariffs, so a majority of consumer goods are the same price as American domestic manufactured consuming goods, is going to fuck the economy super hard if Trump gets his way. 100%.
Okay, Connor. So let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
We have a massive amount of unfunded liabilities, correct? And the United States needs to collect X amount of revenue per year, no matter what, in order to cover a baseline of its own needs, correct?
Yep.
Okay, great. If it's not going to get it on imports, Connor, where's it going to get it from?
Where is the tax revenue coming from?
Yes.
I mean, the tax revenue is coming the same place it always comes from, which I'm assuming is, federal income tax is probably a healthy chunk of it.
It comes from businesses. It comes from
Sure.
businesses, Connor. So
Okay.
if she wants to raise all this revenue, which she does, but she wants to do free trade, so she's not taxing imports coming in, your argument is that, well, the box fan is going to raise to the American standard price of what a box fan should be if we weren't importing it from China. However, if you tax that same corporation for the same revenue you would need on the import-export, that's doing the exact same fucking thing, except it makes it even more expensive. It makes it even more expensive because now those businesses don't have access to that capital for their employees. So we can either use a tariff, hang on, let me finish. We can either use a tariff, which levels the playing field against people who already have tariffs against us. We can level the playing field against them. You say, well, economically, it's going to make the box fan. You're going to have to pay a little bit of a higher price for the box fan. Sure, I can acknowledge that. It's going to negligibly go up. I don't know how much. Let's say it's $30 goes up to $35, right? But the industry, which is here, that grows up around that ability for us to protect our own industries, creates a huge amount of jobs. And the corporations themselves, right? They pay more in taxes then because of their gains taxes. You don't even have to raise them. What she'll do instead is she'll make it so that American industry cannot compete against those tariffs and then raise revenue from the very businesses that you are claiming are going to have a cheaper product. Where are they going to pass, Connor? Where are those businesses going to pass the expense to? Where's it going to get passed to? And just answer my question. Where are those businesses going to pass their expenses to from these tax hikes? Where?
I'm assuming their revenue. Like that's where it's going to come from, right?
To pass the expenditures on their new tax hikes.
I need to answer your question a little bit more expansively than where it's going to come from, because obviously it's going to come from revenue, right? So
from who?
From the corporations, which obviously affects the. Hold on. No. You
That's right.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Because here's the thing. We're not paying American workers $20 or $30 an hour to assemble box fans. We're paying them federal minimum wage, which is not a living wage, by the way. It's a subservient wage, right? So what ends up happening is you're saying like, oh, well, American corporations are going to lose out on all this money that they would have the opportunity to pass down to the worker. I don't know about you, but I've been a working stiff for about 20 years of my life. I don't think I've ever seen the money come down to the worker because it's the same. Because basically what's ended up happening
is... Have you ever worked for a poor man?
You've talked for 5 to 10 fucking minutes.
You ever worked for a poor man, Connor?
Have I what?
Ever worked for a poor man?
No, but that's
something. I guess it must be trickling down to you then, Connor.
I don't get the own. If I'm working for bullshit fucking wages and my fucking boss is some dickhead with 3 fucking boats and 5 properties, that's obviously not working. And that's not a just system to work under. And it's not a just system to simp for. Why would you defend that system?
What? I don't understand. Your position.
Okay. No. You talk for 5 minutes. I want an opportunity to expand my idea. No, I don't want you to answer it. You talked for a long time. I want the opportunity to do so as well. Okay. So what I would say is that right now, as far as I understanding, like for the past like 40, 50 years, in the 1960s and 70s, we had, relatively speaking, a social contract within the United States, and we also had the economic ability to do so. So what corporations were expected to do, particularly for middle-class Americans, is they were expected to pay for medical. They were expected to pay for dental. They were expected to pay for retirement. But what ended up happening is, increasingly through fiscal conservative propaganda that I think has been juiced into, like we're juiced up to the fucking gills by this bullshit, is we were told there is no social contract. Make as much money as you want to because you have no social obligation to your employees. You only have social obligations to your shareholders. So as a result, cut benefits, cut retirement, cut medical, cut dental. And what's happened is, up through my parents' generation of the 1990s, is this was wildly profitable for Americans. As long as you were playing the American musical, call it musical chairs, like economic musical chairs. As long as you ended up in a chair, you were doing pretty fucking good. As a matter of fact, as like a middle class or like a skilled worker person, you can make a fuckload of money. But what's happened as this has gone on is we've created a K economy. Now, there's people such as myself who are actually intelligent enough to make a decent living, pay for their wives, pay for their kids, make sure their kids go to decent schools, live on the right side of town and all that kind of stuff. But increasingly, a majority of the population is living on the wrong side of the tracks, going to increasingly shitty schools, doesn't have retirement, doesn't have medical, doesn't have dental. And on top of that, but what you're saying is, yeah, we should go ahead and trust these people with more fucking money. And by the way, I'm not done yet. I'm almost done. When it comes to corporate tax rates, okay, I understand that basically every cost you pass on to a business is going to get passed down to the end consumer, okay? So you're saying tariffs are good because at least it makes us compete on the national level. Corporate taxes are bad because all that's going to happen is we're going to pass these costs on to the consumer. It's the same thing. We're just, fucking the horse from a different end for Vosh. Anyways, so the point is, when it comes to corporations right now, when it comes to corporate tax law, you and I, as employees or as 1099 workers or whatever the fuck you are, I don't know what you are these days, but as employees, we're expected to have a minimum tax rate. If you're under $100,000, it's like 10% of your fucking income, right? And it progresses, right? Well, what happens with businesses, corporations, and investments? What they do is they have an ability to write off those taxes in various ways that makes their net liability to the federal government almost nothing. And so what ends up happening is you have a set of tax laws for the uber rich in which they can avoid any tax liability because they're doing it through investments and they're doing it through reinvesting back into the business. So when somebody says, hey, I'm actually going to make sure that there's a minimum effective tax rate that goes to the corporations and goes to the uber rich, I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people. I don't know if you've worked for a dickhead corporate boss, but these fucking people have more money than God. So you want me to cry over them? They can play the world's smallest fucking violin as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, great. That was an epic rant, but maybe we can take these things one at a time so we can get through them. What do you think?
Well, you do give me a lot to work with and I have to wait for some time.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not upset. I just am asking if right now for the duration of this, because like I said, I got a hard out at 8,
Sure.
that we can just kind of go through these one at a time. So let's start with this idea of the corporate tax rate versus tariffs. Okay. So first of all, we have to have industries here which are here in order for us to have corporations to fucking tax. Okay. That's one. Mm-hmm. We don't have a steel industry anymore. The Chinese do. They've stolen our IPs and they've been stealing them nonstop, and they're going to continue to steal them nonstop. And we have what the Democrats are proposing is, by the way, these people make our weapon systems. They make key components for our weapon systems, Connor. Key components for our weapon systems, microchips, things like this. You don't want to use a protectionist tariff so that we can have those industries back in the United States. That's fucking insane. Not only do we need them back in the United States, but that's the only way we can get them back in the United States. On top of that,
I'm happy to listen, but we do want to address it
it's
one
the same,
at a
it's going to be the same
right?
point. Yep, this is the same point. Okay, I'm almost done with it.
Sure.
On top of that, you have the secondary issue, which is the same issue, which is that the United States needs to collect revenue from somewhere. What Kamala Harris is proposing is that the same thing Democrats always propose: tax the millionaires and billionaires. But Connor, you just got done saying that millionaires and billionaires don't pay fucking taxes. You just got done saying that. So what's going to happen when they move in their new proposal for the millionaires and billionaires to pay taxes? They're not going to, because they don't now. And all of that tax revenue, the plus 400K is just going to come from smaller businesses, right? Or smaller corporations that have 15, 20 employees max. Okay. And everything that those companies make, all of that is going to get passed on to the consumer, because that's what always happens every single time a Democrat's in office.
Okay. All right. Let's address key industry being manufactured overseas. I'm not a full-blown fucking Democrat, and I'm also not a full-blown neoliberal either. I don't believe in like the universal global free market. Everything should be international. No, fuck that. There's obviously key industries. So you mentioned defense. I think that's obviously one of them that needs to be domestically manufactured. I think the other one is also medical technology.
Oh, would you use a tariff?
Biggest? What's that?
Would you use a tariff? So that
I might subsidize. I don't know, but the key is that you need to maintain some level
to come from revenue.
Okay, and
yeah, so
we have like a $3 trillion to $5 trillion federal budget.
All right, let's start with this. Where do you think we're going to get most of our revenue from? If you had to
Well, hold on. I want to finish my response before we move into something else.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes to key industries, you identified defense. I would also identify medical technology. So for instance, one of the things that happened early on in COVID is we had to beg China for emergency medical supplies because they did what any sane nation does during a crisis, which is they prioritize themselves. So obviously, when it comes to like emergency medical technology, we need to manufacture that domestically as well. You're asking how do we pay for it? I'm sure we could figure it out. So hold on. There was another thing that you said. Let me see if I wrote it down.
Well, I just want to know where you think revenue comes
from.
from.
Millionaire and billionaires. Okay. So this is where millionaire and billionaire simps would actually have a really easy own for me right now. So I think 40 to 60% of federal income taxes actually comes from the 1%. It already comes from the millionaires and billionaires. Okay. Now, the problem is that this statistic is actually hiding a real fucking problem, which is the fact the reason why 60% of fucking revenue, or 40%, which is still an obscene amount of money, comes from the top 1% of the United States is because that's how much fucking money they have. The reason why they can't, like the bottom class of people, probably the bottom 99% of the population, only make up like 40% or 50% of tax revenue is because you're making a fucking peanut. So obviously when somebody has a giant pile of peanuts and then they take fucking, 100 of those fucking peanuts, that's fine. Whereas you, the fucking one asshole with one peanut, gets a fucking chip off of it. If there's 300 million of you, then it only up to a paltry sum. So very clearly, there's an economic imbalance between the working class and middle class and the upper echelon of society. It's a K. It's the right side of a K.
All right. Okay, so
the K economy.
Okay, so just to dive into this. So now millionaires and billionaires do pay taxes.
Yeah, they pay a fuckload of it, but as a percentage of revenue, it's still small. It's paltry.
Still small. Yeah,
compared to what they make. Yes.
Gotcha. So let me ask you a question. Where do you think the United States gets its revenue from?
Well, do you want to look it up real quick? I'll look it up instead of guessing. All right.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Federal taxes by what would you call that? By revenue type?
Where does the United States make most of its revenue?
Individual taxes are sources of government revenue in the United States. Individual taxes are 45.3%. Social insurance taxes are 22%. Consumption taxes are 16%. Property taxes are 10%. That's going to be a majority of it. The remainder is 6%, and other is like 0.1%.
So individual taxes is where it gets most of its revenue.
45.3% of the pie.
So does it stand to reason then, Connor, that if that is the case, that if people were making higher wages, the United States is going to collect more in revenue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it stands to reason, right? Does it stand to reason that the only way for people to have good paying jobs for the United States to collect revenue is for us to have industry in the United States?
I think that, I think that there should be industry in the United States.
Yeah. Sure. So for us, so what we figured out here is that if we want maximum amounts of revenue, then we have to have the best industries we possibly can in the United States for the highest paying jobs. I do not see how this is possible to do absent using a tariff against other nations who can pay their employees half of what we can steal our IPs, and on top of that, have counter tariffs because they do the exact same thing. The only difference is, Connor, is that not only do they know it, but China has a $3 trillion surplus against us, and we have a massive deficit against them when it comes to trade because of this. So essentially what happens is we send them trillions in business. They send us almost nothing because we don't have the counter tariffs there. Trump knew it. He identified that problem, knew it was going to be a big issue, knew that we could maximize revenue by bringing industry back to the United States. Kamala Harris has no such plan. No such plan. Her plan is simply this, Connor. Let's raise taxes on millionaires and billionaires, and hopefully that'll make enough revenue for us to build some fucking houses or something. That's her entire plan. Not kidding. That's her whole plan. And so how can you justify knowing that if the only argument you have against Trump's tariff policy is to say, well, that's going to slightly make it so that the
slightly.
Hang on, so that even if it's a lot, let's say it's like 5 or 10% or something, right? By the way, we can look at what they were before. It only slightly went up. It was not a huge increase. We can look at the former tariff policies. If you say it's only going to negligibly raise the price of this thing and we can save American industry, thus creating these really high-paying jobs that you were just complaining about a minute ago, we don't have. You're working for corporate dickheads and blah, 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 blah. You want those high-paying union jobs to come back. You want those things to come back. Here's how you do it. You have to have a protectionist tariff. You have to win a trade war with these nations, and you have to seize our industries back, and then you can tax the revenue. That's the only way it can be done. Her idea is just to raise corporate rates. That still is going to increase the prices on your goods because that's what it does right now. Most of the things that you buy have hundreds of hidden taxes in them, as you know, and all of those taxes are passed on to the consumer. Just go to the gas pump.
Okay. So I don't agree that this is the only way that you can increase wages in the United States.
I want to hear what you can do.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think the counterplan would ironically be secure the fucking border. That's a part of the counterplan because
how's that going to raise wages?
How's that going to raise wages? Because you're going to have an increased demand for labor. Because there's plenty of jobs right now.
That's only one sector. Those aren't labor, like construction jobs and things like that. Those are not ever going to be, unless you're in skilled labor, like a skilled carpenter. Those are never going to be the high-paid union jobs. You're looking for factory jobs.
You just saved your ass at the last second with that statement, right? So number one, like I work in construction administration. You understand that like a fuckload of people in construction are making shitloads of cash right now, right? Sure. We understand well, and then also we understand that because there's anxiety about bringing in foreign, illegal labor in order to do that, that's causing a decrease in labor in these industries, and as a result, painters, air conditioners, electricians,
all that this does is unskilled
all these people
labor.
are making a fuckload of money. Well, listen,
labor.
But I'm still gonna tell my kids. I'm gonna be like, hey, listen. 40, 50 years ago, getting a college degree was the only way to make money as an American. Well, turns out that was a fucking lie. It turns out that you can make more money doing demolition than you can being a teacher. So what's that?
That was Democrats who pushed.
I'm not going to simp for every Democrat. Like what are we talking about here? Hold on. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to international trade because obviously this is one of the things that you think that Trump is good on. Okay, so causing a trade war is going to and has under Trump fucked the United States.
No, it didn't.
It didn't fuck anything, dude. Do we have to go check the billions in subsidies that he had to give out to farmers because he started a trade war over like soy, and then as a result, the entire American economics collapsed.
Okay, so first of all,
and so he had to shore it up and he had to bail it out.
Okay, so first of all, the American economics didn't collapse. Stock market was at all-time highs. People were making money hand over fist. And farmers get subsidies in the hundreds of millions every single year under every single administration. There was a small subsidy which was given to farmers, only on one particular product during this trade war, which was necessary. If you're going to fight a trade war, then yes, we're going to use our American industry and protect American industry. That's the point. They don't end overnight. They take years, but the whole point is to protect your industry. Do you know how many people are begging the United States government to protect their intellectual property? They fucking beg them, please.
Hey, dude, hold on. I've let you say this. I've let you say this 7 goddamn times, but it's just because like Chinese theft is relatively true. Do you think the United States is encouraging China to steal the plans for the F-35? Do you think they're encouraging them to steal the nuclear shit? What the fuck are you talking about?
If there is no punishment, there's nothing punitive, which happens when you do X thing. Especially when it comes to international affairs, you are encouraging X thing. Yes.
If I Google, dude, you jump around a healthy chunk. If I Google right now punitive measures So if I Google right now American measures to punish China over the theft of the F-35, what am I going to find?
See tariffs. You're going to see tariffs. which is exactly what Trump is proposing. He's proposing that we put in these punitive punishments and tariffs, especially against China, across the board. Because
all right, I'm just going to hold you to one thing.
That's the only way that we can protect our ISP. That's the only way that we can protect our workers. That's the only way that we can build our industry. And the entire United States history is built on this, by the way, Connor. That's how we raised all of our revenue pre-income tax is through tariffs. That's how we did it.
Okay. And what I'm finding almost immediately is that our response was to punish the Chinese companies who we know stole our IP by hitting them with targeted tariffs and then also preventing them. What do you think you just got an own?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, hold on. Do you think there's a difference between punishing an entire nation and punishing bad actors within a nation?
Well, no, I think that.
Do you think I'm against punishing individual actors?
Hey, that's super weird. Are you saying that by targeting specific corporations inside of China, which produce certain goods like chicken and rice and things like that, you're not punishing the whole nation, Connor? That's super weird.
Dude, you know what the fuck I'm saying. I know you know what the fuck I'm saying.
Looking at the extension of your logic, if you have some massive chicken exporter there,
okay, let's talk about global economics.
Tariffs, how are you not hurting their whole country by targeting that one industry? How, Connor? How?
Because we're not talking about chicken or rice. We're talking about fucking microchips and F-35 radar systems.
Robots that go inside the factories that process the chicken and rice.
So all right. So I'm gonna ask something and then I'm gonna laugh like an asshole, kind of like you do. Hey, do you think the average Chinese person has any use for an F-35 microchip?
No.
Oh, I owned you. No, that was a stupid fucking point. Obviously, no shit.
Point. My point was good.
Well, okay. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, my point was
it wasn't good. No,
it was good. Yeah.
Rice. Okay, hold on. Let's just talk. Let's just go broad because I need at least somebody in your audience to understand this. Okay. Do you think that the world do you think the world benefits? Do you think the world benefits from overall international food prices being higher or lower?
I think that
obviously lower, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Do you think that there's probably places in Central and South America that can grow different crops that are probably better than the United States can grow those crops?
Other than bananas, I don't think there are.
Okay, so America can just grow everything here at the same rate, same price as the entire world.
Yeah, one of our largest exports is food for that reason. It's because of the climate demographic. So our west coast especially is fantastic for growing. I think that the number one export of California is produce for this reason. And because we have such a kind of temperate climate and a rigorous climate, depending on where you go, that we can basically grow almost everything on planet Earth here. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try to just cut to the chase then instead of walking through it. Do you know and are aware of the theory of comparative advantage?
What's the theory of comparative advantage?
So it means that if I specialize in certain industries, let's say that the United States specializes in tech, defense, whatever, and since economics is a scarce resource and money and time and energy are scarce resources, that if we specialize in certain things and we allow our allies, I think you have a point with China not being an ally, but you allow our allies like Taiwan, Australia, Great Britain, Europe, et cetera, to work in their specializations, then when we come back, we can deliver cheaper products to each other because we're working within a network in which we all specialize.
That's the idea of free trade. So this is the idea of free trade in general is that if
you can do this on a microeconomic level as well,
I agree.
Like you can do this in a rawly domestic model as well.
But the idea is still free trade. So here's the idea. The idea is that.
So are you against free trade in general?
Bro, can I answer your question?
Sure. I'm just kind of curious about your answer.
So if we're looking at free trade, that's the very idea of it. The idea of it is that if all companies are now competing globally, right, then the prices are necessarily going to go down. And does that work on a scale to a degree? Yeah, it does. I don't disagree with that. All you have to do is look at the American auto manufacturer of Toyota. When Toyota came in, they kicked the holy shit out of our car companies and forced them to create a more inexpensive product, which could compete with these really reliable, very safe vehicles. There's no doubt that works to a degree, but there's this massive side effect. And our founders knew what this side effect was. And throughout the early 20th century, we knew what the side effect was. That if we have mass industrialization, absent any type of protection tariffs, and we need a lot of them, our industries can be stolen by these people, and we're unable to compete and continue with a standard of living because you cannot compete with 50 cent an hour laborers, okay, and then raise enough revenue to fund all of these fucking unfunded liabilities like Social Security and all this shit that you want by simply going to the corporations and saying, well, we're going to raise the tax on you, which is then going to raise the price for the consumer anyway. except now we don't have any protection against our adversaries for industry. So it's like, it's the stupidest thing I ever heard. It's like backwards. You're doing it backwards. What you should do is go, well, okay, if both of these things are going to raise prices to the consumer, then I want to target my trade adversaries to put the most pain on them I can to protect my industries, to raise revenue that way and keep it as far out of Main Street as I possibly can, so that these corporations can expand their industry so we can pull these industries back in. That's the prevailing theory. Now, economists sidestep this all the time. I don't know why. They don't like talking about this, but this is why all of the predictions of all these massive economists, Connor, you remember back in 2016, Trump was going to kill the economy. It was going to be destroyed. The stock market, Krugman says the stock market within the first 3 months is going to crash to all-time lows. The exact fucking opposite happened because we were seeing the Trump effect. Now, does this take 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years to fully accommodate and accomplish? It does. It does. It's not an overnight thing.
So what's the Trump effect? I'm just gonna be a smartass. It's fucking tax cuts.
The Trump effect.
Listen, it's tax cuts. It's tax cuts. That Republicans fucking love tax cuts. Businesses love fucking tax cuts.
Yeah,
they fucking love to make hay while the sun shines. As long as they know that they don't have to fucking pay for it, then they'll basically have a giant cocaine party.
Well, pay for what?
Pay for what?
Yeah, what are businesses paying? Why are businesses? You're saying like, oh, businesses absolutely love to make money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do. They love to, right? Because that's why we go into business, is so that we can make money, because we want to make money.
So what's a reasonable? Okay. So this is where we're going to go down to fundamentals then. Mm-hmm. All right. I think of the United States Department of Defense as a international police force that keeps the trade routes open on roughly 70 trillion of the global economy, which is around $100 trillion through unilateral and multilateral alliances. Okay. The corporations that we're talking about that had massive profits during the Trump effect, during these tax cut years, they all benefit from this international trade. They, having all of these markets open to them, being able to sell to them, being able to pay reduced tax rates, being able to claim all these tax exemptions, et cetera, they make fuckloads of money. So if you're making money hand over fist as a corporation that's able to trade internationally, then what do you think should be your fair contribution to the common defense?
You mean like,
especially since you're a disproportionate beneficiary of it?
Yeah, you mean like some type of flat proportion that you have to pay?
Sure. Name a percentage and we'll see if we agree.
I don't know. I have no idea, but
okay, I would say between 10 and 20%. I would say if the United States military is at your beck and whim in order to secure an international industry for you, then yeah, you should chip in 10 or 20%, 100%.
Here's the thing, though. Let's say that we were to remove all corporate taxes tomorrow and all income taxes tomorrow, and pay for those things, right, by getting rid of a lot of the welfare and getting rid of this idea that we can't have international tariffs to raise revenue. What's the problem with that?
Okay, so what's the problem with eliminating taxes for the American citizen and exclusively
income, just the income tax? Yeah.
Well, so then you have property tax, and then you might no longer be a market. Like a viable market.
The reason I'm asking this,
anything to.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, why wouldn't you be a viable market?
Because if you're taxing everything at the exact price, that in order to make it competitive with American products, you're effectively making it the same cost as it is now, which is going to increase because of increased labor costs for the United States.
No, it's going to destroy. No. People need access to your market. They need access to our market. That's why they? Yeah, I can explain how I know this.
Everyone on the planet needs access to the American.
Yeah, that's why they're all writing trade surpluses with us, and we're the only ones writing. Bro, I can prove it. Okay,
I'll listen, but to be honest, this is a little
bro. They're all running trade
security situation,
dude. You got to let me speak here. They're all running trade surpluses with us. We're the only ones running deficits with them. They're all
shit.
No, here's why you need to give a shit. Here, you ready for this? I'll break it down. Okay, I'll break it down. Let's say you,
as a matter of fact, I'm gonna take notes. Yeah, sure.
Let's say you and I are candy salesmen. You and I, we both sell candy. That's what we do. Okay, and what happens is, you give me X amount of leads for a candy bar, and I give you X amount of leads for a candy bar. That's what we do. That's how we like scratch each other's backs. Okay, if I get 10 leads from you for candy bars and you get 0 leads from me for candy bars, would you keep on giving leads to me for candy bars?
I'm sorry. What, my leads are more expensive than yours?
No, that's not. Just listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. If
Sure.
we're both selling candy, we both have leads, okay? And I give you leads, you give me leads. That's how we sell our candy, okay? But it turns out at the end of the month, I gave you 10 leads, you gave me 0 leads. Why shouldn't I just keep my 10 leads?
Yeah, you have to have a reciprocal relationship.
Because
But
what happens is
I
sell more candy bars, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so this is what a surplus and deficit is in trade. So if
okay,
we're
let me describe it more accurately.
Connor, I'm almost done.
Yep.
So here's the thing. These motherfuckers were buying, right, for every, like $1 billion that we're infusing into their economy, they're giving us $1 million back, or 20 million back, or 200 million back for every billion that we're giving them. How is that in any way a fair playing field? It's not. And why the fuck would we keep doing it? That's stupid and insane.
Okay. So I'm gonna describe this more accurately, because this happened exactly between the South and the North in the United States during the 19th century. Okay. So what ended up happening is, during the 19th century, most of the South did not have a complex economy. Okay. There were raw materials and there were pioneers. All right. I live in Florida. The main thing here was phosphates. Okay. So what ends up happening is, there's not complex, phosphates are used for like fertilizer. They're used for explosives. They're used for a whole bunch of things. There weren't complex synthesis manufacturing for phosphates down in Florida. Okay. So what ended up happening was, Florida mass harvested this raw material and sent it up to the north. Well, what ended up happening was, it would be synthesized up there. And so people down here were making shit money. By the way, this is like more comparable to like Malaysia or Vietnam or whatever. Mm-hmm. But what ended up happening was, the North, which is the beneficiary, even though they're technically running a trade deficit because they're not really sending much down here, they get to create finished goods up there that are insanely powerful, like explosives and fertilizer that they then use in order to trade for their advantage. And so all the profit, while they're running a trade deficit with the South, because we're all sending all of our shit up there, they're not sending anything back, or what they're sending is very limited.
That's not true. They're sending.
Hold on. Not only do they get the economic advantage of the complexity of the product that they end up manufacturing that's synthesized out of the raw material, but then they send back the synthesized material at whatever rate they fucking choose. They, despite running a trade deficit with us, they are the economic powerhouse.
Yeah. Okay, Connor, you got a couple of big holes in this analogy. So the first one is,
except for you could analogize it to Chinese steel or Chinese rice or Chinese chicken, and it would still work. But I'm all ears.
Yeah. So no, it doesn't work. So the thing is that they are getting a benefit from it. What's happening is they have a product which is being paid for by this area of the United States, which is a sub product, and then the finished product is being sent back to them, and they're buying it. You're saying that because one company benefits over the other one, right? That's not business, but they're both benefiting. It's just that one's making more profit than the other one is making. In this case, we're not even talking about across the board for the size of the country, even the size of the country in the same product, making the same amount of trade investment that we make in them. So same product, same amount of people, same demographic, same everything. We're still not making the same amount. In other words, they're tariffing our goods. We're not tariffing theirs. They're cheating, Connor. They're cheating. And so the thing is like, why should we continue to allow them to cheat? That makes no sense. And why is it that we shouldn't collect our revenue?
What do you mean by cheat?
If they have a tariff on, let's say we do chickens, okay? We're doing chickens.
Or steel. All right. I like steel.
Yeah, whatever.
American steel. More expensive.
It literally doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the product is. It doesn't matter. Okay. Mm-hmm. They have a protection tariff. Okay. So you say, okay, well, we can get this product over to your people for less money, right? Than your population can make it for. They go, well, fuck that. And they put a tariff on it so that we can't compete with their domestic business. And we just don't do the same thing back. Can you make that make sense for me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, like, how?
China doesn't need our steel. They can use their own steel. They can produce their own steel. And what do we use steel for? Do we just have steel beams lying around in the United States? Are we competing 1-to-1? Or do we use steel in order to manufacture complex systems that China currently does not have? How's China's astronauts doing? How are their defense systems doing? How are their fucking electronic systems doing? How is any of that shit doing? They're like 2 or 3 generations behind. Like you're acting like we're in direct competition in order to manufacture like harvestable goods, and we're not. We synthesize. That's what happens in the United States. The reason why the United States is like we still outcompete countries that have 4 times our population is because we take all the raw materials across the entire planet and we finish it here.
We have massive trade deficits.
There's nothing wrong with what the fuck does a trade deficit do?
Well, here's what it does. It shows that the other country
bring their shit in.
No, it means that the other country is making an equal investment in your countries. You're making in their country for different goods. And if that is not the case, and you have the capacity to manufacture those goods yourself, you should, because then you get the benefit of it, and you can tax those goods and create revenue rather than passing the cost on to the consumer from a massive corporate tax, which is what Kamala baby wants to do. That's
okay, but we already agreed that tariffs would effectively make all international goods cost the same as domestically produced American goods. So
and we would, do we agree that massive corporate taxes do the exact same fucking thing, Connor? Except we don't get the benefit of being able to set the borders.
It depends to the degree that it's taxed. So as an example, so you're saying like, do corporate taxes do the exact same fucking things as tariffs? If you do a 300% or 1,000% fucking tariff, the way that Trump has proposed doing, I'm sure he was being hyperbolic.
30%.
I said I'm 30%. Sure he was being hyperbolic. Can you admit that I just said I'm sure he was being hyperbolic?
Yeah, you said that, but yes. But I mean, let's deal with reality, right? Maybe 30%.
Okay, let me get to the point. Okay. So let's say that the corporate tax rate with write-offs right now is an effective tax rate of 0%. Okay, let's just say that they can finagle their way with the laws as it currently exists. So if you add a minimum effective tax rate of 10%, I cannot tell you that is going to be the same as a 30% tariff. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, great.
As a matter of fact, I would need an economist to take a look at that.
You don't even need an economist to take a look at it. You reason it right now.
You know the national effect of a 10% minimum effective tax rate? You think you can calculate that right now with me on the phone?
I think I can when it comes to corporate taxes, yeah, because we know what the corporate tax rate under the Trump tax cuts are that the Democrats now want to get rid of, right? 30%. Okay. It's 30%.
That's not minimum effective. Okay. So hold on. So the way that businesses work, okay, you can do tax write-offs. For instance, right now, if let's just use YouTube as an example. So I'm running YouTube. I got a nice camera. I got some lighting equipment. I got et cetera, all this crap, right? What the government currently allows me to do as a business is they allow me to say that I spent, $500 on this camera, $300 on this, whatever I spent on the business. Right now, there's no, to my knowledge, especially with smaller businesses, there's no minimum effective tax rate. So that means that I could spend all of the money that I make on investments in my business and claim them as tax deductions. So that means
no, you can't do that. You can only do it up to a certain percentage.
Okay. So we're kind of poking at minimum effective. That's what we're getting at. So the point is that with some corporations, with some tax law, for instance, like General Electric, as an example, they are famous for spending under 7% minimum effective tax rate through tax claims. And there's actually several years where they had 0% federal corporate tax rate. Okay. Wow. So what I'm saying is, I like that they're reinvesting in their business. That's cool. But sometimes these dickheads are claiming private jets as what they're deducting from their federal fucking taxes. So I think that if these motherfuckers are already able to fly fucking private jets, then they can afford a 5% or a 10% minimum effective tax rate.
Connor, how much should a person be punished for having a private jet?
I think 10%.
That's how much they should be punished just for being able to afford to have a private jet.
Yep.
And how much should you be punished for having an F-150?
10. Okay. Actual, like real answer, not just giving you meme shit. I think the minimum effective tax rate across the board should be 10%. you're an American, you're contributing to the economy, you're benefiting from our defense system, it should be 10% minimum. So I would say that we have a progressive tax rate. So once you hit an absurd, and I hope you know how progressive taxes work as well, where what happens is your lower tax rate,
a graduated income tax.
Well, I mean, they call it progressive tax rate.
They call it a graduated tax.
I don't give a shit. So anyways, the point is that if I Google progressive tax rate, I'm going to find the tax bracket right now.
Go ahead. Look up graduated taxes. See what happens. You get to a threshold, you graduate to the next threshold. It's called a graduated tax.
Dude, you're quibbling over literally it's literally pulling up the government's website with the name progressive tax. All right. Anyways, point is quibbling over semantics. Let's move on from the semantics.
Semantics
the point
are important.
Okay. Well, in this one, we are using very similar terms.
All right. I'm not trying to quibble. Go ahead.
Okay. So what ends up happening is the 100K. Okay. The 100K is taxed at 10%. Then your next 100K is taxed. Let's just keep it simple, is taxed at 20%. Then your next 100K is taxed at 30%. Okay. Now, at that point, I do start to believe like taxation is theft, right? If you're intelligent enough to work your way up into like the upper echelons of society and you can find some private fucking company that's willing to pay you a few $1 million a year, I think the minimum that the government should be reaching into your pocket is 30%. And that's because you're probably a disproportionate beneficiary of the American military industrial complex and its political interventions overseas. But I think for worker bees, 10%.
Okay. So you think that the corporation should pay 30%? And that there should be a flat 10% tax rate.
Maybe 30% with a minimum effective tax rate of 10%. So they can eliminate 20% of their tax liability by claiming investments into their own business. Okay, because that benefits the economy.
Okay. And then you want to move for the average citizen to have a 10% income tax.
Yep.
Okay. So what if I could tell you that we didn't have an income tax until the early 20th century? And before that, we raised all of the money and revenue required for the United States through tariffs.
I don't care. Because the 19th century was a total fucking shit show.
You don't care.
Yeah, I don't. Dude, I literally don't care. Like up until that point, we had a volunteer military.
You think we need the income tax?
Yeah.
You don't think we could get it?
So, yes, there was a dueling philosophy. Sorry, you go ahead, but I will answer your question intelligently.
So Trump offers, he says, not only do I want to get rid of overtime taxation, not only do I want to stop waitresses from having their tips taxed, not only do I want barkeeps and the laborers that you're talking about. By the way, that policy of not taxing overtime, not taxing tips would probably do more to invigorate the economy than any policy combination you can think of from Kamala Harris.
I'm all for the worker bees.
But not only that, Connor, he claims that he can offset this income tax for everybody by moving into taxes on trades. And I know for sure he's correct, Connor, because that's how we fucking did it for our entire history until the monster from Jekyll Island, the income tax, came around, which has been horrible for everybody, including people on Main Street who, by your own admission, the records you just pulled up, pay most of the fucking taxes.
I'm not sure if I said that, but anyways, okay. So let's talk about the 19th century real quick. We're both history nerds. Let's do it. So up until the early 20th century, we didn't have a standing army. It was very minimal. It was like a few thousand people. And what happened consistently was we would get involved in wars with Native Americans and Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean.
Wait, until when?
So we would have to
until when?
Until the early 20th century, when we instituted the federal income tax. We basically didn't have a standing military.
No, that's incorrect.
Dude, I literally studied this shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
We had a massive Union military fought the South with. Massive.
Do you think that was a standing army prior to the Civil War?
No. It was called up and it was trained and it was funded and it was assessed before there was ever an income tax. Okay, and it was huge. It was fucking huge. Huge army.
That has nothing to do with my point. So
it does. Anyways, your point was we had no standing army before. We had standing armies before that. Yes, we did.
No, okay, Andrew. I'm not trying to be rude. You're wrong. Okay. The way the federal government, the way the federal government looked at the military was that it was an unnecessary expense only to be called upon during emergencies. And so as a result, what would happen is they would shrink the military by 90% every time there wasn't an active war, and then they would increase it by 90% whenever there was. And so as a result, you basically, okay, yeah, sure. Okay, you want to return to the 19th century. I think that's silly, and I think there's plenty of historical reasons why that's silly.
Why?
Yeah. Because professionalization, specialization, world security, geopolitics, like these are all things that have been like studied for like 400 years. Yeah, I do. Do you know why? Because a police officer deters crime. That's why.
Yeah, and they also get killed in the process of crime deterrent, especially. And you know what else?
Give your fucking balls a tug. Nobody fucking guaranteed you shit. Who gives a fuck?
Here's what else police officers do. They go, oh, area over there is a shithole. We're not going in there. They do it all the time, don't they, Connor? You see that area over there? That crime-riddled fucking cesspool? I'm not losing a single officer to that fucking place. Fuck that. And they completely abandon them.
Okay, American military history is of us sticking our dicks in bees' nests repeatedly. Yeah. So I don't know, like we're not, if we're analogizing this to world police, I don't think the United States military has any problem going into crack-infested, dilapidated, neglected neighborhoods.
That's bad.
We seem to be fans of it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and that's bad. And so the thing is like, I think that, like the founders, that we need to have a very, very powerful Navy. I'm fine with having a powerful Navy, but having a fucking useless army that basically is not doing very much, okay, and it really isn't doing very much, and a very powerful Marine Corps, which basically isn't doing very much, that you should take them through and train them and put them on as reservists, and that's that. And by the way, the military has been trying to move towards that role forever. Been trying to move towards a more reservist role. That's why most of the armed forces we have now in combat arms are about 60% reservists. And I think we're going to continue down that trend. It's a good idea. All we need to have is a powerful Navy to institute our trade. We do not need to be in over 100 fucking nations micromanaging their affairs. We only need to worry about our trade, Connor.
Okay. I honestly, like, we could get into the nitty gritty, but I feel like your perspective, your perspective is a 19th century perspective. It's about 125 years old. That's what's going on.
And it worked.
There was plenty of fuckery going on in the 19th century that we could walk through. That was a time where it was normal for human beings to walk across the plains, bump into another kind of human being, and to take the top of their fucking head off with a Bowie knife. So excuse me.
Yeah, and you can also make the argument that there was a commonality in slavery. But right now, in the 21st century, there's more slavery globally than there ever was at any other point in history.
What do you think? You hit me with that talking point, which is cute. What do you think the per capita rate of slaves is globally?
What do you think it was?
What do I think it was back then? I almost guarantee you that the per capita rate of slavery is significantly reduced nowadays.
Prove it.
Okay.
And first, define what a slave is.
Like somebody who doesn't have the choice about whether or not they're employed?
Like prisoners?
Oh, get the fuck out of here. That's like some pussy-ass Democrat fucking talking point. Are you shitting my balls right now?
Definition is as slave.
Are you fucking with me?
I'm asking you if that's your definition.
No, I don't think that criminal prisoners and fucking slaves are the same thing. Do you think like anyways, all right. Okay. Let's just use like the colloquial conception of a slave, which is somebody who is like impressed into labor against their will,
like
and
a prisoner,
cannot free themselves.
Like a prisoner.
That is so gay, dude. Like, listen,
that's not an argument.
This is gayer than fucking Destiny blowing a guy. Yeah, what the fuck are you hitting me with?
Not an argument.
Not an argument that perspective is gay. It's pretty gay. All right. Hold up. So let's do slavery per capita 19th century. Why not? Per capita 19th century. I don't even know how they'd have these stats, but we can take a look. See if they have it. In the United States in the 19th century, in 1790, about 18% of the population, or roughly 1 in 6 people, were enslaved. Okay, so that's a lot. I guarantee you that 18% of the global population is not in slavery right now. Percentage of population enslaved now. Let me click now. Approximately one in every 150 people, 0.67. So we've reduced, hold on, while having a greater population, 18 minus 0.67, we have reduced the per capita slave rate by 17.5% in the past century and a half.
And what's the definition of a slave?
I would say somebody that's impressed into servitude against their will.
Like a prisoner?
Do you want me to check out the incarcerated population? I could do that.
It's 583
sure,
per
let's
100,000
add
residents.
them. Let's add them.
Yeah,
sure.
it's 583 per 100,000 residents. Go ahead and take this definition that you have. I guarantee you that that's not the definition that's being used for that, right? I can guarantee you. But if we were to go off of your definition, I guarantee you that 20% of planet Earth would fall under that fucking definition for sure.
Okay, let's do it. There are more than 11 million people incarcerated throughout the world. There's 7 billion people. So 10 million divide by 7 billion. Is that million or billion? That's billion. That's less than 1/10 of a percentage point.
Now let's look at the.
So no.
Okay, well, let's see. I got the stats here. You can find this. There are more slaves than ever before in the history of the world.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the per capita rate here, right? And this is saying that we have a highlighted 62% increase in human trafficking victims, which you're not including. You're not including the amount of prisoners. You're not including all sorts of things, which should probably go into this criteria of what you consider slavery to be, Connor.
Okay. Well, you're still off by like 15%.
I don't know.
So do we want to do human trafficked people?
Yeah.
Population of the world, human trafficked.
Do the Indian caste system as well.
Oh,
and then do the Chinese caste system as well.
No, now this is literally gayer than a homosexual blowjob. Are you shitting me, dude?
No.
Yeah,
I'm just using your definition, Connor.
In the 19th century, when I Googled it, and 18% of the United States population was considered a slave at the time. Do you think that the Indian caste system was?
I thought you were doing this.
That number.
You just said globally, Connor.
I can check globally if you want. So no,
it has to go
the
off of your
numbers
definition.
Were globally.
You have to go off of your definition, though.
Well, I think your definition is retarded, but I'm trying to humor
I haven't even given you one. I've just been using yours.
Well, no, you've been adding gay things like human trafficking victims and fucking, which probably
that's
is
slavery, Connor. What do you mean? That's
so
slavery.
Okay, I need you. If you're not going to acknowledge this, I kind of need the people in our chats to acknowledge this.
Okay.
It was estimated based off of a cursory internet search that 1 in 5 people on the planet 150 years ago was considered a slave. Now,
what are the metrics, though? What is the definition of what they call a slave?
I don't.
The devil's in the details.
Your questions, yeah, and I don't want to answer your question because I just want to point this out to the people besides you.
Okay.
According to a cursory look at the research, the modern people who are considered slaves is 0.67%. So we're talking about like a reduction of like 15 or 16%.
Yeah. So here's why this is important. The reason that this is important is because if you're saying...
Are 14-year-olds who are forced to go to bed on time, are they considered slaves? They're doing something against their will.
So here's what I think.
Are wives who have to listen to their husbands and cook dinner, are they considered slaves?
Can I respond?
Well, I'm being a smart ass because I felt like you were being a smart ass.
No, I'm not being a smart ass. I think that there's actually an important distinction. I think that the metric that you actually want to use is there's a contract of ownership for another human being.
Okay.
Something
am I owned right now because I'm a contractor?
No.
Okay.
Because you can walk away from the contract. So you're not owned. I think that that would be what they would be using as a metric or something similar to it. But if we're talking about your definition of what a slave is, which is being compelled into work you do not want to do against your will, I would say that the planet is probably more populated with people like that than ever before, yes. Because that metric is so fucking broad. And earlier when you said, I don't want to get into a semantics argument, it's like, that's great. But this is why sometimes we should kind of discuss the semantics so that we're not talking past each other.
Okay. If you want to try to, I think you could squeak by if you wanted to be a smart aleck and you wanted to include all 1.2 billion people in China as slaves because they're under an authoritarian system, you might be able to make an argument. But for me, it's not compelling.
I'm not trying to be a slime ball. I'm trying to make sure that we're not talking past.
I would never accuse you of being a slime ball. I would accuse you of being a smart ass.
That we're not talking past each other. And now, ultimately, right? None of this, I guess, has anything to do with Trump versus Kamala. you wanted to take me to task on this talking point, but I think that there's merit in the talking point. And the reason I think there's merit in the talking point is because what we consider slavery to be now is likely not definitionally what we would be using for the metric of the 18% that you pulled up. It would be a much broader definition. So, and you would agree with that. And that's why I think that you kind of fall in to the trap of this and not myself, for instance. But that aside, back to this, can I just get an answer out of you on one thing before we wrap this up? You asked me in the beginning of this debate, Andrew, do you acknowledge that there's going to be some increase in goods or in the cost of goods from a tariff? And I said, yes, I acknowledge that that is true. Connor, will you acknowledge that if Kamala Harris puts in corporate taxes, that's going to increase the price of goods as well?
Likely, yes.
Yes. Okay. So since we have acknowledged this, can you explain to me why the fuck you're voting for this chick?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it kind of sucks that we pushed it so far back, but you and I are both history nerds. So, anyways, I think
I love arguing this shit. What do you mean? it's my favorite.
Me too. Honestly, I'm a fan. I'm a fan as well. I enjoy our passionate discourse. So real, it all boils down to the Republic. It really does. So I think what Trump did basically when he lost the election, he said, "Fuck you. I'm not giving up power. I will do everything within my power to make sure that I maintain power." He tried to circumvent the law multiple times.
Just the destiny thing, like false electors.
You can boil it down. Yeah. Yep. I think that's fraying. So actually, here's the thing. So
I'm just going to grant it. I'm just going to grant it. It is all.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Can you grant this? So Democrats attack the peripheral of what I care about, which is gun rights, right? So it's like gun rights, economics, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. They attack the peripheral of what I care about. That is like the core of what I care about, is the perpetuation of the Republic.
Okay, got you. Okay, so I'm just going to grant all of this as being true, the entire J6, false electors conspiracy for Trump to become the emperor. Even though you're a Warhammer guy, I'm surprised you don't want an emperor. But that aside,
I'm just going to be 10 foot tall, shining with golden lights, psychic powers, power armor, and bolters. And then I would follow
I'm just going to grant it all, right?
Sure.
Why does that mean you need to vote for Harris?
Just the choice of lesser of two evils.
But I mean, wait, Harris is still fucking evil. There's no doubt about it. Okay. And all of her policies run contrary to what it is that you want to see. Why, if you're at least not going to vote for Trump because you're afraid that he's some type of threat to the Republic, which I would argue Harris is also a threat to the Republic in a completely different way, which would just be your individual rights and the fact that she would be stripping millions of babies of their lives, as you know. Why is it that you just can't stay the fuck home? Why do you need to cancel my vote out?
Because without the Republic, we don't have anything.
She'll destroy it in a different way.
I don't think she's capable of doing it. I don't think she's even close to capable of doing it.
She'll erode gun rights. She's already said that that's going to be. She already said that that's going to be on her docket, is going after what she considers assault weapons. And she said,
one that's a clip from 2019.
She literally said on stage, we got to take them away. We're coming for them. She said it. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think she's capable of doing it.
Yeah, but she wants to. Okay. So the thing is like, if they flip enough seats, they will try to do it. And Clinton did get an assault weapons ban through. Don't pretend that they can't do it. They fucking can do it. Next.
And I won't complain.
Next, under Trump, here's one promise that I can make you that she can't, right? One promise that I can make you is that he's going to save tens of thousands of babies' lives. Tens of thousands of babies' lives, Connor. Just by him being in office, these people are going to do everything they can to repeal it when they have power and block states from an abortion ban, right? Now what you're doing is you're participating in murder. And you have the choice not to do that.
So this is the interesting thing, though. Conservatives I would say social conservatives, okay? And actually, let's just highlight the abortion thing real quick, all right? I am morally against abortion in all its forms.
I know.
And I think that the centrist perspective on this is before 18 weeks, it's legal, but morally frowned upon, culturally discouraged, et cetera, et cetera. After 18 weeks, it should be legally prohibited except for health of the mother, rape, incest, whatever the exceptions are, okay? Reason being is because the central nervous system starts developing around 18 weeks. The fetus is capable of feeling pain. Therefore, it starts receiving the protections of a living being, right? So that's my perspective on it. What conservatives have done, as an example within my state, they repealed Roe versus Wade. This is the perfect time to pass centrist legislation that, like you said, will save hundreds of thousands of lives. Instead of passing something and then morally, like passing something that makes sense to everybody, and then morally encouraging people not to get abortions through adoption services, cultural changes, et cetera, et cetera. What they did instead is they did a 6-week ban. And then now I hear from my wife almost daily about various women across the country who were denied emergency service treatment and die in the parking lots bleeding out. So it's not me who's fucking over the abortion issue. Bro. It's the conservatives who overplayed their fucking hand.
In those types of pregnancies, which can cost the life of a woman, right? First of all, nobody is disputing that there can be abortions in those cases. That's nowhere, in no state are they really even arguing about that. The only things that they argue about is in cases of rape and incest. They are not arguing about whether or not you can give life-saving care if there's a pregnancy gone wrong. That basically no state anywhere is arguing about that. There could be some cases of it, and that sucks. That's horrible, right? I would always say to defer to the life of the mother if the pregnancy has gone sour and is a threat to her life. And almost everybody on planet Earth is going to agree with me on this. The thing is, though, bro, is that you have the opportunity to save hundreds of thousands in a direct way. You actually can do that. And all you have to do, you don't even have to get your hands dirty. You don't even have to say, I voted for this monster who wants to destroy the republic. All you have to do is say, I didn't vote for either of them. Cancel out that guy's vote. Then you can blame me if the motherfucker takes over the republic, right? But you can at least say that you voted your conscience of not murdering tens of thousands.
Listen, that is tempting. The blood, though, the blood on the hands, right? This is my thing, is we're so fucked up. And what I mean by this is our discourse is fucked up. I would say the cult of personality around Trump is fucked up. I would say the shout your abortion cultural cringe shit that was on social media a few years ago was fucked up. We're so fucked up, we're not even capable of having the conversation. So when you say, like, Connor, you're contributing to this, like, blood, you know, the blood is on your hands for these tens of thousands of potential children who were slaughtered in your name.
No, listen, I'm not saying the blood's on your hand. What I'm saying is that you don't have to participate. You get the choice. Like, I don't have the choice of being able to save Gazan fucking children, okay? That's out of my hands, okay? Regardless of who's president, that's basically out of my hands. There's no direct effect I can have there. You have very limited political power. I have very limited political power. But in this one thing, you can actually contribute to assisting with that major problem. And there's going to be kids who potentially could be alive because of your choice.
Okay. I appreciate your appeal. It's tempting. However, what I would default to is, obviously you and I don't agree on geopolitics, but there are hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of young Russian and Ukrainian men who I think will be affected by our decision and who we choose for a chief executive. I think there's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Gazans.
Save their lives.
Well, I wish you luck in that endeavor. Then there's also tens of thousands of Gazans who are also, basically going to be affected by who's the chief executive of the United States. So these factors, it's not just one or the other. It's actually like it's the culmination of all of them.
All right.
So I appreciate your appeal, but
yeah, I got to get going, Connor. I got another show I got to get to. I appreciated the debate. I appreciate you coming on an hour early. Did you want to shout your channel out? You got I think 5.5 thousand watching over here.
Sure. So I have, if you're into science fiction, my most successful channel is Counterpoints 40K. We're up to 90K subs. I'm very happy. We're doing very well on it. So if you're into Warhammer or if you're into science fiction violence, check that out. Also, I have a debate/politics channel that I'm trying to figure out how to make it functional. But that's called Counterfire. And so if you're interested in center-right shenanigans, Democrat apologia, come on over.
All right. See you later, man. Have a good night.
Bye, bud. You too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue on with the content. I'm happy he brought his A game. Okay, I'm going to say it. Andrew Wilson, obviously, there's a healthy chunk of folks here that don't like him, and they don't, they weren't favorable to his talking points. However, I do think that Andrew is a potent mouthpiece for his political faction. He, believe it or not, to my knowledge, he's not like a Trump sycophant. Like if you press him on some of the flaws of Trump, then he will acknowledge them. But what he will do is he'll say, "I'm making an evaluation based off of my moral foundation, which is Christian nationalism, Christian conservatism." If I get that incorrect, my apologies. But he will say, "This is the best guy in order to forward my stuff." Was all Keynesians now 80? Yeah, kind of. I know that Keynes is kind of cringe from a lot of economists' perspectives, just because they don't want to run deficits and stuff. But honestly, at this point, with the amount of national debt that we have, we basically have to play Keynes' game, because if you start trying to go back to like a gold standard or a no debt standard, then the whole house of cards collapses. So you either play the game that's in front of you, or you collapse the house of cards, and you depend on which one, depending on which one you think is better for the country is what you're going to pick. I think that regardless of whether or not you think that Keynes and like debt-based and inflationary-based economics works, that's what we're going to ride into hell no matter what. Let me get the explain the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, but in Warhammer terms. Two Vostroyan regiments have started fighting each other. Nobody wants either one to win because they're fighting over territory that nobody gives a shit about, but we can't get them to stop. Jeez. In voting for abortion? No. He's Christian. I'm like culturally Christian. I'm like a Jordan Peterson Christian. So I don't believe in the divinity of Christ. I believe, but I do believe that it's a powerful religion, and I do believe in the Father, the Creator. Which one is the side of chaos? That's actually really interesting, because like you could make a lot of arguments. They're both Orthodox, so you could make a lot of arguments for both of them being imperial. I actually think they're both imperial. Let me get my invite out to our second guest. We are going to be moving into geopolitics, so it will be a probably a little bit slower, a little bit more. Excuse me, a little bit more sober. But I do appreciate Mr. Andrew and his passion. So I sent Juan P a invite. I'm going to move this over here just so I can see some messages if he does send me an update. Let me I'm sorry, you guys are just going to have to hold a second. I do appreciate you. Okay, let's actually do let's do a shill real quick. 130 people. I think we peaked out at 145. That is like my second highest stream. So the fact that you guys came out for some debate content is very exciting to me. So thank you kindly for coming out, having a good time. I hope that you feel that while I wasn't the biggest Democrat shill on the planet, I hope you did enjoy the debate points. If you haven't liked the stream already, please like the stream. If you are not a subscriber, please subscribe. If you are a fan of debates, then obviously check out our live streams. I'm going to save up all our debates. We also have a very large back catalog of debates and long form conversations and panel shows. So if that's your poison, then go ahead and check that out. And then what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to do almost daily, 3 to 5 times a week. I'm trying to do commentary videos. So basically, if there is a drama in the Twitch and YouTube sphere, then we will talk about it and kind of do like 10 to 15 minute rants about whatever is going on. So, Bo Blacks, he's not political, but that was like a funny drama that was recent. The Sitch and Adam drama, I might hit that this week. Destiny's been doing a lot of shows. He went after Sarah Palin, all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably be talking about those. The election and geopolitics with Juan P. Vilasmil. Well, let's update our titles. That way people don't feel like they're getting false advertising. If you didn't see the full debate with me and Andrew, I do like how contentious he is. He's great. At Counterpoints, I have some really good points way up there in the chat where whenever you guys are like feeding me stuff in chat, I don't have the mental capacity to read chat, make it my own talking point, and then fight somebody. Am I going to stream during the election? Maybe, maybe not. To be honest, I DM'd Brianna a couple of times. I texted her a couple of times. I haven't heard back from her. I'm kind of presuming that she's so busy. I don't think I've said anything too wild that she would just be like, yeah, fuck this Connor guy. I don't think that's happened. I'm presuming that she's just very, very busy at this point. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. Eternal pissing contest between the two of them. True. Yeah. So my prediction. Oh, and Patrick Mulligan, thank you for the donation. $5 Canadian says, I disagree with Andrew on just about everything. I respect him for schooling Dave Smith on the MPA and telling Destiny about Jubilee debate conspiring. Yeah. So it's great. Andrew Wilson is a honest character, I would say. Now you can object to everything that he says. He's like giga Christian conservative. He might even be a Christian nationalist. He's a fan of Trump, et cetera. But what he says, as far as I can tell, everything he says, he earnestly believes, and he'll at least back up. So there was actually quite a few times where I felt like he said historically inaccurate things that I have read, let's just say, wildly different accounts of reality. And he was, he at least was like, he wasn't like, oh, I'm sorry, my bad, I got it wrong, oopsie, la-di-da. He was more like, yeah, well, fuck you, I'm still right, which is really funny. LRN News says, Sup Counter, part of the Crucible crew here. Don't agree in most of your takes, but good job. Well, thank you, bud. Thank you, bud. Andrew and I, believe it or not, we actually go way back. We've been debating on and off for probably 2 or 3 years. So I'm a fan of him, even though we are constantly on opposite sides. Mr. Juan is with us. Christian Blair says, at Counterfire, can we go over the Jubilee rigging shit? What do they exactly? Lol, I just thought Andy was bitching for getting voted out. Well, no, I think they were pre-planning their attacks on Destiny, and they were coordinating what they were doing. So, yeah. All right, Jonah Boy says, you held it down against the big bad of the debate space. Good stuff, brother. Well, thank you kindly. Thank you for hanging out. All right, Mr. Juan is waiting on us. I'm going to bring him in, and we're going to do 60 to 90 minutes of geopolitical analysis. So let's get it going. Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? Good evening. How are you doing?
Oh, life's good. Life's good. So I just got done talking to debating Mr. Andrew Wilson, who is a I don't know, like a pseudo-famous Christian conservative debate bro who kicks the shit out of Instagram thoughts all the time. So that was pretty fun. That's how my evening's going. How is your evening going?
Based. My evening's going pretty well. I'm chilling. I'm at a friend's house who's a big fan of yours. I told him that he could say hi, but he's shy. Do you want to say hi? He wants to say he's here.
Hello.
Hi. Do you like my what? Oh, okay. Destiny. Okay. I was gonna ask. Some people like the Warhammer content more than they like the politics stuff. But yeah, I mean, Destiny and I have had our fights, and people are big fans of that. So, well, hi. Good evening.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, you can go. Get out of here. Now we're serious.
Mr. Juan, can you introduce yourself to the folks at home, maybe your personal or professional experience, and then what you're passionate about and why you're passionate about it?
Yeah, so what's up, guys? My name is JP Vilasmil, Juan Pablo. I currently write at The Spectator, so I'm like with the mainstream media. I study security at Georgetown, which is basically like military, like very military stuff. Most of my classes.
Wait, hold on. So what are the politics of The Spectator? And I'm sorry if I interrupt you a little bit. I'm just in No. I'm in like the debate gear basically, so I might be a little bit crazy. What political alignment is The Spectator, and what political alignment are you?
The Spectator is British conservative, basically.
Okay.
They view themselves as like above that, and I kind of like that. They're very British. They use like beautiful language, and they have very diverse voices right for them. So I've never learned how to pronounce his last name, but Zizek. It's like often writes for them, but also Douglas Murray, and basically every famous British person you can think of Actually, Boris Johnson was their editor-in-chief not so long ago.
So where are you at on the political spectrum?
Me, I'm very conservative, I would say. Not very. I guess I'm basically like very pro-Trump. I am a foreign policy offensive realist for the normal people. That means that I look at the world and I say, hey, this is a very, very anarchic world. And we need to maximize power when appropriate, and we need to ask ourselves questions about, can we do this? Can we do that? And yeah, I don't know how much I can dive into.
No, that's kind of what I wanted to poke at, right? So we're on the eve of an election now, right? So we're only a few days away from either electing Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And part of my argument with Andrew Wilson in the previous debate was basically that I felt like Donald Trump, in his rhetoric at minimum, was arguing to let Israel do what it wants to do when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to the West Bank, et cetera, and that he would effectively give Bibi Netanyahu carte blanche when it came to Israel and Palestine. I think that could potentially have blowback, but we can talk about that a little bit more. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, it seems like he's made signals that he would force concessions from Ukraine in order to end the war. Now, you were talking about like geopolitical realism or military realism. For me, I don't think that I don't see a scenario in which Ukraine causes a breakthrough and takes back Donetsk and Luhansk. I just don't think they have the military capacity to.
No.
I think similarly with Crimea, there's just not a real possibility of them taking back that territory. However, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the geography, but Zaporozhye is the territory that's between Donetsk and Crimea. And I do think that, they have a foothold in that territory. And as a result, again, not sure how familiar you are with it, but they took obviously the territory of Kursk from Russia. Yeah. So I feel like they could use Kursk in order to trade that for Zaporozhye and then bring about a ceasefire. Now, that being said, it would be a ceasefire because I would expect Ukraine to try to enter into economic relationships with the EU. And if it was at all possible, I would expect them to join NATO. So how do you feel about those two conflicts and kind of like Trump's view on them?
Yeah, so I think I agree with you on the very essential assumption that Ukraine alone is not going to stop this. If you look at right now, there was a lot of excitement with the Kursk offensive, and then there was excitement with many other offensives before this. But at the end of it all, Russia is a much more powerful country, much larger country, and it can afford people and equipment and sacrifice much more in pursuit of their goals. So there's this whole conversation about how much the U.S. can provide to Ukraine and other European powers, and the way I see this, and sorry if this sounds
go for it.
If it sounds too simplistic, but it's simply like the realization that the only way for this to stop is either we get involved and Europe gets directly involved, or we need to have some sort of negotiation that won't give Zelensky everything he wants. And what primarily concerns me, again, as more of a realist, is that I look at the world and I see other areas that deserve more of our attention. And I think that right now, and I understand that people are more critical of Trump's realism with Israel than his realism with Ukraine. But I understand the argument. But nonetheless, I think the U.S. needs to reach a position, not where they like stop supporting Ukraine or like suddenly become like pro-Putin, but we need to reach a position where we can incentivize Europeans to take a little bit more charge in that arena, so we can fixate on the Indo-Pacific and in our own hemisphere, which is I'm a big proponent of. Like, our own hemisphere matters, and we've undervalued it for a while. I'll end it here.
Oh no, you're either gonna love or hate my suggestion. So sorry, I'll let you finish that idea. But yeah,
last point that I wanted to say. I have a friend from Italy that recently posted on Instagram this infographic, and it said, to support Ukraine, it's only 1.2 cups of coffee per day for Europeans. This is like if every European stops drinking 1.2 cup of coffee every day, then we can help Ukraine monthly with the amount that we're giving right now as Europeans. And I responded, haha, do it.
Yeah.
And, my friend is like, I don't vibe with isolationism. And I'm like, me neither. Don't abandon Ukraine, but you do it.
Right.
Because it's not.
Yeah, that's your hemisphere. Yeah. Well, and so, yeah, so obviously we have pretty long-standing relationship with Europe. We seem to treat it like our own backyard, even though it isn't technically geographically. And then what's interesting, this might actually be an interesting avenue of approach. So what I feel like, and is that we have neglected our own hemisphere for a really long time. We have neglected Central and South America. We have kind of played these like narco guerrilla wars and these agricultural wars where we'll only put in enough American effort in order to try to like manipulate, affairs to our own ends, but we'll never actually commit anything. And so as a result, we have a lot of Central and South American, let's call it like, special forces, military intrigue and intelligence intrigue, but we haven't stabilized the region. We do let a lot of bad actors do whatever they want to do, basically. And so as a result, I kind of was joking about it, that the United States should become the Northern United States of America, where our entire sphere of influence is basically all the way down to Panama. So it's like Canada, United States, Mexico, Belize, Panama, like all that kind of stuff. And then there should be a Southern United States of America where, Brazil and Argentina and Chile and Paraguay and, well, hold on, I might be messing that up. But anyways, but there's those countries that, kind of align together, and then they create their own confederation of states in the Southern United States for security and economic benefit. So what do you feel about my plan for a Northern and Southern United States of Americas?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. I don't know if I would agree with this implementation, but like generally speaking, I agree that we need to fixate on our hemisphere more. I'm actually writing a piece right now, and I don't know how much of it I can discuss, but I've interviewed a bunch of generals, top level Pentagon officials, people in Trump world about Latin America, and I keep asking them, in your priority scales, where is Latin America? The Americas, broadly speaking. And what I found,
and they're like, what?
Yeah, no. What I found quite surprising is that
I'm still here. I'm listening.
The more that you push, the more that they agree that it should be more of a priority. But it's effectively the most deprioritized region of them all, because we look at Latin America, specifically South America, and we go communists, narcos, dog eating. Some of it is true. But at the same time, it is our hemisphere. And when you look at most of American history, the first 100 years of the Republic specifically, we prioritized our hemisphere. And when we looked at the way that we used to think about our role in the world, we pursued regional hegemony first. When the Cold War was happening, as you guys know, most of the U.S. emphasis was on our hemisphere, because what worried us first was losing our regional hegemony. Now we don't seem to care about it. I don't know why, but
Can I share, and just to give you some of my background. So I was in the military. I was in law enforcement. I did 4 years in the Marine Corps. I did 4 years in local law enforcement, city police department. But I've always been a student of history. So I took like 20 credit classes as a minor for my degree, for my bachelor's degree. And then also I continued. There's something on audible.com, which I don't have a sponsorship for, called the Great Courses series, which is basically like, it's the highest level college courses, but it's lecture only. And so you can basically take high level college classes for history. And so I continued, studying stuff there. Well, when it comes to like Central and South America, my vibe, okay, this is just vibes, is that it's our backyard. So it's one thing to have like sectarian ethno-religious violence on the other side of the world. It's another thing when it's right in your backyard. And then also, if we committed troops, not only is that like a violation of Central American and South American sovereignty, because we do have a history of kind of like sending in special forces and intel agencies to affect, you know, our sphere of influence, I guess. So it would be like a very direct violation of their sovereignty. But then on top of that, I don't know if we're ready for narco guerrillas to respond to United States soldiers the way that they've responded to their own governments. And what I mean by that is like torturing, kidnapping, assassinations, you know, like all that kind of stuff. It's one thing when it's happening in the Middle East and North Africa. When it's happening a few hundred miles south of Texas, that's going to be a whole lot scarier. And so that would be my guess for why I think America is not ready to play directly in Central and South America.
Yeah, I could see that. There's like a little flirtation with having a stronger role against the gangs, especially, you know, the narcos in Mexico, which is actually part of the problem is that the U.S., when they think of Latin America, you know, this is kind of a joke, you know, that when you're a Hispanic and you're in America, people ask you, are you a Mexican? Because they think that Mexico is everything that's south of us. And,
True.
you know, part of it is because it is the most important country in terms of U.S.'s perspective on the hemisphere, because more than 70% of our trade with the region, actually, that sounds unfair, 71% more specifically, last time I checked, is with Mexico alone. Mexico is like everything we think of when we look at Latin America, but that picture is greatly changing, specifically because when we think geopolitically, China has already overtaken the U.S. as the major trading partner of South America. And then when you go case by case, you see all these massive billionaire investments in critical mineral infrastructure. I'm not going to bore you guys too much with that, but something that sounds, you know, more fun. You see bases being built. So the largest military presence, this is Russia. The largest military presence Russia has had since the Cuban Missile Crisis, and larger than the Cuban Missile Crisis, is actually in La Orchila Island in Venezuela. And you could go on and on and on, but you see all these developments. And I think most Americans are still, when you think about dealing with Latin America, they think about immigration properly, I think. And they think in very like ideological terms, like battling the communists. But
well, I'm going to share screen real quick and show exactly what you're talking about. So give me 1 second. Let me add it to the stage. So I think you just said, sorry, Montserrat? Is that
no, La Orchila.
La Orchila?
Yeah, it's like a really small island. I think it's
okay.
It's I don't even know if you would find it on Google Maps.
Well, I'm sure if we zoomed in, but just let's just assume that one of these islands has a large Russian presence, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because obviously, like, whenever you hear the United States talking smack about Central or South America, we're talking smack about Venezuela. My presumption being, one, they're pretty antagonistic towards us. We're pretty antagonistic to them. Two, they, you know, correct any of my knowledge, but they kicked out a lot of the petroleum, you know, interests that were in their country, and they nationalized the oil. That was praised by people like Bernie Sanders. That was praised by some lefties in the United States of America. But then what happened was, because it was like the backbone of their economy, and also their oil takes a lot of synthesis. You have to like cut it with a lot of other oil in order to make it viable. Well, the United States kind of boxed them out of the international oil trade, and as a result, their economy collapsed. So we talk about like Venezuelan economic collapse, and the narrative in the United States is that they had a single thing back their economy, they nationalized it, and they crashed it.
Yeah, that's somewhat true, because, you know, I think for the last 10 years things have changed because of sanctions and everything, but still overwhelmingly, I remember, I think this was around 20 years ago, I think Venezuela reached a point where 98% of their exports were only oil.
Right.
And, you know, there's there's like domestic Venezuelan literature. Arturo Pietri, who's a big author that always talked about like diversifying, and now Venezuelans talk about it more. That's like a reading that every Venezuelan reads in high school about like how we cannot just be a oil country nation. But aside from all that, and I think that it's worth diving into the role of oil in Venezuela, etc. What I worry about, and I think most people don't know about, is that it's not just about oil. And I think that's the issue when, like, even on the Republican side, people think about like oil still, and when they think about Venezuela, and then they think about like the communists. But it's much more. It's much more than that, and it's because China, their only all-weather strategic partner in the hemisphere, is Venezuela. Forget about Cuba. Cuba's irrelevant. I just mentioned La Orchila. La Orchila Island is
that's so rude, but yeah,
it's a small island.
Come on.
I know a lot of Cubans in South Florida, and if they see this, they'll get angry with me. But northern Venezuela has around 200 islands, and some of them are smaller formations that they can weaponize militarily. Cuba is very close, but it's an economically dependent country on Venezuela. I think more recently there's been like some debate in those circles because Venezuela actually stopped exporting as much energy to Cuba, and then Cuba kind of got angry at Venezuela. But anyways, if you look at the last 10 years, most of Cuba's GDP, most of the exports into Cuba come from Venezuela. When you think of Cuba now, although Venezuela is, their intelligence is influenced by Cubans and their government is influenced by Cuba, you need to see Cuba as a mini Venezuela, not the other way around, because Venezuela is now the big bro in this equation. And
well, so let me ask you that question. So the exterior perception from, Florida, I'm in Central Florida, the exterior perception from the United States is basically like, yeah, we have Mexico, pretty chaotic, pretty like narco drug heavy or whatever. But at the same time, it seems to be improving over time with industry, I guess. And so it's not as dire as it was. Whereas it seems like, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, they're still dealing with like really bad narco gangs that are screwing up their countries. And so as a result, we have shitloads of immigrants from there. But then it also seems like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, there was effectively a Venezuelan collapse that caused like a refugee crisis that went into Colombia. And then also a healthy chunk of Venezuelans arrived in America.
Yeah.
There's a shitload of Venezuelans, particularly I'm in Central Florida. There's a shitload of Venezuelans who are like, they're Door Dashers, they're Uber drivers, they're daycare teachers, all that kind of stuff, because they were like, fudge that, we're getting out of here. So yeah, can you kind of walk us through that from like a Central or South American perspective?
Yes. So, man, this is like my sauce. So I don't want to bore you too much with
do it. No, do it. So I'm down. So we always talk about Ukraine and Israel, and I'm down to hit it later. And also down, you said you were a Trump supporter. I kind of want to hear why.
Yeah.
But if you want to do I don't want to say too quick, but if you kind of want to do original summary, a healthy chunk of my chat does support my plan to annex Central and South America and make it one big United States of America. So actually having some knowledge about the region would probably be good.
Well, this is what I'm pretty like independent minded here, because it's one of those regions that we don't think enough about, especially on the right. Actually, fun fact, I don't know if I should disclose this, but I've been to like dinners at different think tanks here in DC, and I've asked, the presidents of this think tanks. I'm thinking about one in particular. Well, I won't name drop, but they have, a Japan chair or whatever chair, a someone that specialized, like 20 people that specialized in the Middle East. And I asked them, like, who's your Latin America person? And they go, oh, we don't really have a Latin America person. And I go, like, what are you talking? In a country where there's like, what, I think it's like 40 million Spanish speakers, a lot of people that know the region intimately, you don't have a Latin America expert. And it's because we've outsourced all of our Latin America research to a couple of like Latin America specific think tanks that are sometimes ideologically compromised, and sometimes, there is not that rich debate about like what we can do about Latin America. But I'll say this in regards to what you just laid out, and is that when you look at countries like Venezuela and our approach to Venezuela in the last years, it's often been seen through this like binary of like maximum pressure or good faith negotiation. And I think both taken to their extremes can be done. Although I understand why maximum pressure, at least when no other options are explored. And I think that's the problem, that there's not a lot of exploration going on the right about what we can do here. It's a more reasonable policy than like negotiation faithfully and telling Maduro, like, become a democracy and we will do this. But I think that the biggest problem is that we haven't dealt with Latin America as is. And what I mean by this is that, let's take Venezuela as the case study here. But Venezuela cares much more about many other things that we're not assessing. They have a critical mineral market that is rapidly expanding, and a lot of it is, Middle Eastern forces and other domestic, like not domestic, but regional forces.
You're about to tell us how to get in there, but I kind of want to say what I think is the Anglo, like the Northern European American perspective on it, is especially for like the Cold War or whatever. Like the goal, at least I think the hope for people who kind of were brought up with the Cold War history or whatever, is that we're hoping that containment of Cuba and Venezuela will eventually result in a Soviet style collapse. And then once they have like a mixed economy capitalist revival or something like that, then we'll be able to step in. And that kind of would be like a huge win for the United States, because, correct me if I'm wrong, like the world's largest proven petroleum oil reserves are Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Venezuela. So again, while Venezuela requires more refinement, if we're going to continue to rely on petroleum, that's a huge, huge potential market. But you were saying that Venezuela has domestic concerns that we are not assessing. They have foreign entities that are exploring their minerals right now, and that's where I cut you off.
Yeah. So anyhow, they have $2 trillion worth of minerals. Most of them, I believe, being exploited by China. Part of the reason why what I cannot say I know, is because more than 65% of the deal terms between China and Venezuela are unknown to the public. And I assume U.S. intelligence should know about this, but I don't know how much exploration is going on. I don't talk to my buds at the CIA that much about this. but the more you dive into it, you start to realize a couple of things. You realize that the poverty rates in Venezuela have not really changed much, actually. And this is what I realized more. I think last week I was looking at Encovi, which is it's like La Universidad Católica Andrés Bello, which is like one of the most renowned universities in Caracas, issues this this survey, and it actually shows that poverty rates have declined in Venezuela. Actually, extreme poverty rates have declined around 30%. I don't know if I buy that. In the last 6 years, I think it was around like 2019, it was tremendously high compared to the ones now. And actually, what I've noticed.
I think that's possible, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I just want to play back and forth. No, I mean, I think that's possible. So, for instance, like the Soviet Union or whatever, if you look at extreme poverty, they were effectively coming out of a feudal system, and so they actually had quite a bit of good economic indicators for like development. But what's happening is they were still under like an authoritarian oligarchical kleptocracy, where if you talk shit about the central government, then they would kill you. But if you shut up and did what they said, then you would get your 2 meals and a place to sleep and maybe a shitty school, and boom, there you go. That's already better than what you had.
But the broader argument where I was heading with this is that you see this decline. I don't know how much of it we can believe, although I buy it. You've seen some superficial modernization in Caracas. You've seen different forms of investment, and although the overall poverty rate has not declined much, I think it's like 86 right now, and it was like 90 something a few years ago. Don't fact check me on this. I don't think it's 96, 92%. But and Covey, if you want to Google it, ENCOVI. But when you see all these things and you see the massive influx of migrants more recently, you realize that there's some weaponization going on. And again, there's not enough exploration about this, but logic is that people would leave a country where there's a period of, deteriorating conditions, political oppression. But actually, at the beginning of the Biden administration, Venezuela was doing, again, and I say this, I have family in Venezuela and everything. Venezuela was doing better than it was doing 5 years ago, much better, actually, in terms of both political repression and economic conditions. But still, immigration increased disproportionately from Venezuela. So what we have to explore here is not the push factors, but the supply. And I believe that the Venezuelan government has to be, and again, I don't have all the facts because we don't explore this enough, has to be behind this influx of migration. You've also seen a change of the migrants leaving.
You might be about to answer my question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, just for the back and forth. So a healthy chunk of the Venezuelan migrants or whatever that I was, talking about, the DoorDash drivers and all that kind of stuff, and the Uber drivers and the daycare workers, they all seem to be like pretty educated. Like, and what I mean by that is like a healthy chunk of them spoke English. Even the ones that I was able to speak to who only spoke Spanish, they had degrees or they had higher education, that kind of thing. And so it felt like they were kind of like, well, my country sucks right now and they're screwing me over, so I'm going to escape. But I think you were about to say that the demographics of the people who are fleeing Venezuela might be changing.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was heading. So you saw a, educated class, which is found, in Florida. Let's say like middle to upper class that immigrated, some of them immigrated pretty early on when Chavez took power, and some of them immigrated more heavily when things started to intensify, the 2014, 2016 protests. Yep. You saw a big spike, and 50% of Venezuelans in the U.S. reside in Florida. There's other big chunks in Texas and New York. But what you're seeing now is, the poorest of the poor fleeing Venezuela and then making themselves to the southern border, which, by the way, that takes some capital. It's not just like people make an effort and they like walk really hard. Like, you do need some money. Some parts of that trek require you to pay someone.
Sorry, just interrupting, just again, back and forth. There's a place in the South, I think it's called the Darien Strait of Panama, that is actually like wildly treacherous. Yes. And so you basically have to have guides and convoys of people to go at the same time, because if you go by yourself with minimal supplies, you're going to die in that area.
Yeah. So what I've been thinking about more recently is that if the U.S. is going to have like a sanctions policy or any sort of national security policy toward Venezuela, it must include immigration into the conversation. And there's also like other factors, like the Latin America as a region is actually quite peaceful in terms of interstate conflict. Like when you dive into it, there hasn't been many interstate conflicts in Latin American history. Some of that might be, the social cohesion, or you can make an argument like they speak Spanish or something like that, except for Brazil and, some of the Guyanas. But I think most interestingly, you see Maduro talking about like annexing the Essequibo in Guyana, which, some people say it's bluffing. Some people said that he did it for like to get like a positive reaction from the Venezuelan public before the election, and so on. But I think the U.S. needs to deal with these things like honestly and take them seriously. When we see Maduro weaponizing migration, when we see him talking about annexing Guyanan territory, whether that's fair or not in the Venezuelan mind, which it is, like they think it's their territory. Most Venezuelans think it is.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. needs to start like taking its region seriously, because what the normal people don't get about this is that behind this is there's a lot of like economic resources. There's a lot of like power. Like Exxon discovered, they had billionaire investments in what Venezuela considers their territory in Guyana. And, if we keep negotiating with the Maduro regime as if it were some sort of like infantilized Iran, and we're like, oh, like,
That's actually like a great way to put it. That's actually exactly how I think we perceive it, is like a smaller, less threatening, because they, to my knowledge, they don't have nukes. They don't have regional aspirations. They're not trying to screw up like Saudi Arabia, which is, obviously one of the largest petroleum markets on the planet. They're not trying to screw up Iraq or Kuwait.
Yeah.
There's no equivalent. Although I guess you're saying Guyana is an equivalent in some ways.
It's similar.
Yeah. So here's what I would say, again, using my my Northern European white privilege. So the reason why the reason why Americans don't care, I guess, right? They don't care. What I would say is like Americans care about immigration because they see it as such a wild influx of people that there might not be an opportunity to integrate Hispanic people into the social fabric of the United States. However, 24% of our population is already Hispanic. So it's not a question of whether or not Hispanics can be integrated into America. It's a question of whether or not we can integrate millions of people all at once, and whether or not there's like enough economic opportunity in the way that it affects domestic economics. When it comes to Venezuela and Guyana, for instance, I think you're right that ExxonMobil might have billions of dollars in investments, but the average American, as long as like the price at the pump stays, under $4 a gallon or something like that, they just don't care. And so if there was a proxy war between ExxonMobil's corporate mercenaries and, Venezuelan soldiers, we would be like, yeah, go ExxonMobil. We hope you shoot all those Venezuelan soldiers in the face. And that would be the total amount of thought put into Venezuela annexing Guyana or portions of Guyana.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think about that in our national security strategy, the one that published, his handlers or whatever, published in 2022, they actually say no region affects us more directly than our own, the Western Hemisphere. And they say all these things, but we don't deal with them seriously. And
that's really interesting. Did you say Biden and his handlers? So you're a young guy, you're up in DC. So are you saying like, and by the way, like I agree with you, but you're just kind of saying like, oh, Biden is senile and effectively he has a cabinet of people around him and they just do whatever they want to do, and then he's just kind of like a figurehead.
I mean, yes, I think most people know this by now.
So let me ask a question. Are you a U.S. citizen? What's your country of origin, and how long have you been in D.C.?
I'm a U.S. citizen. I was born in the U.S. I've been in D.C. for 5 or 6 years now, I think.
Okay, but you said your family is from Venezuela?
Yeah, I have Venezuelan family. I've been in Venezuela a bunch.
Okay.
But yeah, before we move on too much.
and I wasn't moving on. I just wanted to laugh at the fact that you're in DC and you're like, oh yeah, it's an open secret that Biden has lost the plot.
Yeah, I mean, like again, like my liberal friends. So like, for those who don't know, like I'm in the security studies program, and like everyone there is like super like involved in the military. I'm like one of my only people in my classes who like doesn't work for the State Department or something. And they all like say this, but like behind closed doors, like everyone's like, oh, like Biden is incompetent or whatever. You're not supposed to like talk about like what's discussed in the classes and everything, so I won't. But I will say that yeah, people know this fact. People criticize the Biden administration and they think that Biden is weak. how much this like goes into the public and like affects like.
Well, I'll tell you so you can tell me whether or not this is cope. So the way that I read it is Biden was old when he was running, right? The 2020 election, he was old as hell, right? And so people kind of saw the wear and tear then, but they were just like, okay, lesser of two evils, we're going to get Biden in there. So they got him in there. And to be honest, I think a lot of people just didn't pay attention to him because he would do a press conference. He would read from a teleprompter. He would have a gaffe every now and then. He would say something weird every now and then. But, who cares? He was at least doing the job, right? But what happened during the debate in particular is it took all of those gaffes and it made it so obvious that he wasn't, there. Like, I wouldn't, if that was my grandpa, I would not let him drive me home, right? Let alone run the most important country on the planet, right? And so my estimation, because people are like, oh, we don't even know who's running the country. And I'm like, well, it's obviously his cabinet, right? So it's a bunch of other Democrat sympathetic long-term DC strategists who are, crafting the policy and pursuing probably like a normie Democrat agenda. So for me, there wasn't this alarm of like having Biden be like, well, fuck Putin, I'm going to nuke, Russia or whatever. That never really crossed my mind because I assumed that there were adults in the room that were like feeding him his banana pudding. So my question to you is, was there an alarm, in DC that you effectively have like an incompetent chief executive? Or did they also say like, oh yeah, he's surrounded by a bunch of talented people, so nobody gives a shit?
I would say more of the latter. I think most people, at least from what I've noticed, on the right, of course, like people always talk very publicly about like, oh, it's so bad to have an incompetent executive and so on. But most people on the left were like, he's a little old or whatever, but at the end of it all, he's better than any of the alternatives, and we have the right people around him. And Anthony Blinken, he's talked about like he's like some sort of god, and people really like Biden's foreign policy, which I think is actually, people criticize the Biden administration for a lot of things. I think their foreign policy was not that bad. It's like hard for me to say this as a conservative. There's like certain parts of it that make me scream and shriek. But most importantly, with China, they're doing okay. With Russia,
well, let me ask you, why are you sympathetic? You might answer this question right now. What makes you sympathetic to a Trump presidency? Because for me, I think of DC as a bunch of like, no offense, but like snooty, high educated, politics nerds. It's like Twitch and YouTube politics on steroids, right? Like we're all a bunch of like, flyover state and regional weirdos who just like arguing about politics. I'm assuming DC are people who like feel like they're at the nerve center of all the crap that we talk about, right? So my expectation would be that like a lot of people in DC would support like an institutionalist over Trump almost no matter what. So what attracts you about Trump and his foreign policy, I guess?
Well, I'm a real outsider.
You're not popular in your classes.
I'm a true real outsider. I'm a true populist, a real outsider.
Yeah.
Real outsider hours. No, but I think
I'm gonna get rid of the map for a second.
I think it's because like when I look at Trump, and again, like you can do all the critiques about like who he is and the way he talks and whatever. But I think that at the end of it all, like in terms of foreign policy, I do really vibe with the America First stance, and I vibe with a lot of the figures around him. Like just as we say, like some of the more liberal folks, they say like, oh, Biden has a nice group of people around him guiding his foreign policy. I think there's a lot of people on the right, and again, there's like all these like different factions, but there are specific factions within the right that are pretty innovative in their foreign policy thinking, and I think you see this specifically with JD Vance.
That's what I was gonna ask. Who is your faction? Who's the faction that you like the best? So hold on. Explain to me a Vancian foreign policy. What does JD Vance care about?
A Vancian foreign policy. I don't speak for Vance or whatever. Insert legal statement. But from what I can tell, a Vancian foreign policy looks at the world and it's somewhat like Mearsheimer like Mearsheimer related in some sorts. They look at the world and they ask themselves a question, and that question is, can we do this? Can we achieve the goal that we're pursuing in this very specific place? And if we can, how exactly can we? And if we can't, should we be focusing on other more significant threats? Because a very particular problem that the U.S. has had in the last years is that it overestimates their capacities in some parts of the world and underestimates the threats that are in other parts of the world. So when I talked to Vivek Ramaswamy about Latin America, actually, I was at the National Conservative Conference doing some reporting. But I also took some time to like try to ask questions that I cared about and maybe to write something that I cared about. So I asked Vivek Ramaswamy about our Western Hemisphere, and Vivek's like really fast. Whatever you think about his ideas, he like knows a bunch of fun facts, and he talked to me about like Venezuela. He talked to me about like it's not only migration, it's resources. There's this like ideological component to it all, of course, but we need to start dealing with our hemisphere more seriously. And he said like we're over focused with like Ukraine and Zelensky and Russia, and he goes like, but look at our own hemisphere. And
well, I was about to say, was he just speaking your language though? Was he just like, hey, I know what this guy wants, I'm going to tell him.
There's a part you can make that argument, but the more that you deal with like, the actual like intellectual heavy hitters in that faction, when you read what Elbridge Colby writes, and he talks about prioritization, and he talks about like, hey, like we need to be Indo-Pacific first, and start
why?
to like.
So yeah, let me ask why. So for instance, a pivot to South and Central America makes a lot of sense to me. It's closer. There's less logistical complications. There's cultural inroads that we could make between like, this would be my argument, is that Spanish colonization is not a huge cultural difference between like Northern European colonization, right? Like English colonization. We have parallel stories. They're not the same story, but they're parallel. And so there's a lot of cultural inroads. And on top of that, Venezuela, you're saying it's mineral rich. You're saying that it's oil rich. Not just that, but you have places like Colombia, which is obviously like an agricultural powerhouse. There's plenty of places like, Brazil, which does have timber, right? We don't want to exploit all of it because we want to keep a natural resource, but they do have, they have timber, they got minerals, they got so much stuff. They have agricultural properties, all that kind of stuff. So it's obviously like a resource rich area that could be developed, and then the entirety of our continent could be turned into an economic powerhouse. I'm sold on that. But I've heard you say Indo-Pacific twice. So why is the Indo-Pacific so important?
Yes. So where to start? It's expected that in the next years, if not already, they're going to be around 50% of the world's GDP. If you just account for that, America used to be, I think at one point we were like 40% of the world's GDP. Right now we're like 25% of the world's GDP. And also in terms of maritime trade, like the South China Sea is like essential. So I want to be clear here. When some people say like Indo-Pacific first, some people think that means that we're going to like approach the Indo-Pacific like we did the Middle East in the early 2000s. I don't mean that, prudence, of course. And I don't want to like go crazy over the Indo-Pacific. We need to see what exactly we can do and we can't do there. And what I think we can do is start like emphasizing our alliances in that region and start trying to expand and have a mutual development story for that region, like we should have one in our own hemisphere. And what I mean by this is that when you look at the world map right now, and this is where I see like advancing foreign policy being important, is that there's a lot of emphasis on like maintaining our friendships. And some people look at the world as if it were like a couple of Pauls that meet together in a conference. And if you're too offensive, the country's suddenly going to start hating you. But I think that we can afford to disagree with Europe more than we can afford to sacrifice and trying to like accommodate some of the other regions. And that's because trade with again, China is like growing in influence in Europe, of course, like in every region in the world. But at the end of it all, they're like extremely militarily dependent. When we push, we can't have an effect in Europe. For instance, like if you go back 10 years ago, even the idea of like Europe taking a stronger stance on China seemed like an impossibility because like China is the fastest growing investor in the region and so on. But the US has demonstrated that if we tell the Germans or if you tell the Brits, hey guys, step up, be a little tougher on China. Emmanuel Macron is it's sort of an exception where he tries to not be a vassal state of the US. But again, we have some sway in Europe and we will kind of always have
France.
That sway.
Yeah, I was just going to share real quick. So with this is my estimation. I'm not saying it's accurate. It's just my vibes based off of history. Okay. The United Kingdom and, Great Britain, whatever you want to call it, they don't have, I think it's viewed as like a geopolitical blunder for them to have followed us into the war on terror. However, we're both English-speaking countries. We have very important trade relationships, et cetera, et cetera. So basically, if we're going in a direction, typically they're going to follow us or at least listen to us a little bit. I think when it comes to Germany as well, I almost think that they have like a confidence issue since World War II, where they were responsible for one of the largest, geopolitical military disasters on the planet. Since we started recording history. And so as a result, they're always trying to do the right thing. They do have a material interest in a lot of things, but I also think that they heavily weight their moral decisions. Like, so for instance, in the immigration crisis during the 2010s, I think the reason why they were so willing to embrace the refugee crisis was because they felt like they had this like moral guilt from World War II that they almost needed to make up for. So I wouldn't be surprised if they saw China doing messed up stuff, if they would be willing to check them on a moral reason that was counter to their material analysis. However, like you said, the French do have main character syndrome where they think historically, Napoleon was a great leader. The only reason why England is important is because they conquered it with the Normans. The reason why lingua franca is a phrase, the French language, is because the international language of the world was France. They sold us like a third of our territory through the Louisiana Purchase. The lycée system is still like internationally recognized as one of the best education systems on the planet, so on and so forth. So France does have main character syndrome. So they will tell us to pound sand when they feel like we're being too assertive with them.
Yeah. No. Yeah. France is a very particular country. I'm not gonna trash the French.
Well, so I have what I would estimate the Indo-Pacific to be, right? So we have the Pacific Ocean, we have India, we have China, we have all the Southeast Asian countries, we have Australia. And my read on this, I read a guy named Robert Kaplan, who is he's a part of like I think he teaches at the Naval War College. I think he's a civilian, but he's very familiar with military affairs. He likes traveling with the military and all that kind of stuff. And what he talked about, he wrote a book called Asia's Cauldron. And effectively what he was saying is that the United States, similar to Bismarck in Germany during the 19th century, we have unilateral relationships with a lot of these places. So we can't necessarily expect Burma, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, whoever. We can't expect all these people to get along because they have a lot of rivalries, but we will have independent relationships with each country, and we will trade with them economically and train with them militarily. But we do so because each one of those countries uses us as a check against Chinese influence. So they want to be friendly enough with China, but they don't want to be a vassal state of China either. So it's kind of a balancing act.
Yeah. Definitely. And again, I wrote an article recently for Newsweek, and in it I agree with a Singaporean academic.
Wait, Newsweek published one of your articles?
Yeah, and it was
sick.
Yeah. And the title was actually a little provocative.
Fancy.
It was like, should the U.S. stop insisting on global primacy? And I feel like when people read that, it sounds like, do you want America to suck or something? But what I mean,
yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, but I'm truly like America first. I want us to lead the world. I want us to be the best. But in if we're gonna talk about the Indo-Pacific, we have to deal with the reality that, as you described, most states are not like super into being super pro US or super pro China. They're somewhere in the middle, and we need to take them seriously. And Singapore is one of those countries, but you see this with basically almost every other country in the region. Is that they don't want to be caught in the middle of great power competition to such a degree that they can sacrifice the enormous economic advantages that come with getting along with a power like China or with a power like the US.
Oh, dude, even Australia.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be too shitty to them, but I swear to God, I have seen Chinese cultural motifs enter into Australian media. And I've seen, obviously, like they're a huge trading partner. So in some ways, they're almost like, I don't want to say more sympathetic to China than the United States, but they're weighting their opinion very heavily.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the whole like tariff issue that came with that. I think I don't really remember what it was. I think it was related with the Uyghurs. Australia like condemned China for the Uyghurs, and then they imposed like a tariff on wine. Australian wine is really big on China for some reason, and like the Australians could not handle that, and they were like, "What are we gonna do about this?" So it's kind of crazy to like think about like markets in Asia, but China has effectively some semblance of commercial hegemony in its own hemisphere, and I don't think powers there are going to sacrifice it anytime soon. Militarily speaking, though, which is ultimately what matters most in that region, I would posit. The U.S. is still, very well present, and we should be trying to showcase to China that we could do something. Again, if a situation ever develops, I don't really know if we should. I don't know how much we could do.
But we could.
In China, yeah. But I think we should very vocally prioritize their neighborhood, just like the Chinese have prioritized our neighborhood. And to do the connection here, a lot of people talk about Africa, and I think Africa is like overplayed right now in Washington. Like there's all these like Africa specialists rising, and they're talking about like Chinese involvement in Africa. And I think that matters, of course. Like every region does matter to some degree. But when you look closely, and I've done this, extensively at Chinese investments in regions, China invests in the energy sector 30% more in Latin America than in Africa. They have billionaire investments in Latin America that they would never do in Africa. The closest thing that they have to that was, I forgot which country was it. Was it? I don't know which African country was it, but it was a sub-Saharan country where they like forgave their debt in exchange for ownership of some mining in that country, and it was worth like around $900 million. But when you look at their investments in their own neighborhood and then in the Western Hemisphere, you can tell that they are trying to attain much more economic sway, military sway in our neighborhood, and then they're trying to push themselves to be the regional hegemon in the Indo-Pacific. And if conflict ever comes, or if great power competition translates into a little more than statements and like condemnations and some tariffs, those are the two battlegrounds. Those are like the two arenas. It's going to be our hemisphere, and they've showcased that by their growing presence and alliance with actors in our region, and they've showcased that by the way they move in their own hemisphere. Africa, Europe, less of a degree, in my opinion.
Well, so that makes a healthy chunk of sense to me, but I would say for Europe and for Africa, it would almost be opposite reasons. So for Europe, I would say that those are pretty developed and complex economies. So, it's kind of hard to like, you can obviously compete, but you're going to be competing with a lot of developed firms. When it comes to Africa, I'm not trying to be rude to any like West African people who might eventually watch my show or whatever, but I feel that oftentimes investments in West Africa is kind of like it's like pouring water into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. Like you can get something out of it. Like if you're trying to put out a fire or something like that, you could put a whole bunch of water in there and then throw it on the fire. But you're gonna expect to lose a percentage of your investment when you're doing that.
All of it.
Yeah. So West African investments can be pretty brutal. But then when it comes to, I kind of want to address this over in Asia. So the United States, we have substantive economic and military relations, obviously with South Korea and Japan, and I don't think those are going anywhere. Reason being, obviously, with Japan, we have the long history with World War II, but they have basically isolated us down to Okinawa, and we might move from Okinawa eventually. Like they've talked about relocating everybody in Okinawa to Guam, but they've been talking about that for 20 years now. And I still think we would maintain our large air base in Japan because the Air Force is nicer than the Marine Corps. And I think that Japan is always going to want to use this as a counterweight against China. Same thing with South Korea. Just an exterior perception. I don't think the South Koreans want us to go anywhere. There's plenty of problems with like, drunk soldiers, drunk Marines getting into fights, harassing local women, et cetera, et cetera. But I think South Korea, they know that North Korea is a block away. And so as a result, they're always going to want to retain our presence there. So if we have those two, the Taiwan and the Philippines is probably the most interesting, because with Taiwan, it's obviously such a thorn in China's side. Historically, it's been a part of China. Mm-hmm. That's where the nationalist government escaped to during the Communist Revolution. That is something that they're going to want to retake eventually. They're going to want to reabsorb it the same way they did Hong Kong, basically. But then with the Philippines is so corrupt. The United States has had a long relationship with the Philippines, but it's kind of, I would say it's similar to Africa, where like we do security negotiations, we do military negotiations. We actually have a history of colonizing the Philippines, but it's hard to maintain a good relationship with them because it often seems that a lot of our efforts go to waste. So, and then I wish I could rotate my map, but basically if you look at Chinese influence, I would say they have North Korea as a pseudo vassal state. South Korea and Japan aren't going anywhere, but Taiwan is almost like a sphere of influence thorn in their side, where we're basically jamming a finger in their face. And I think that's part of the reason why they talk about it so much, because it's right frickin' there.
What do you think about Taiwan, broadly speaking?
I think that it's the same way I feel about Hong Kong. I think that inside every American inside every person, there's an American trying to get out. And so like, freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, the right to self-defense, a Republican government, a representative government, a limited government. I think these are all good things that are universal human goods. And so if Taiwan is interested in that, if Hong Kong is interested in that, I want to support those people in their struggle against the Chinese Communist Party. However, if there was actually a large-scale amphibious invasion of Taiwan, I don't know if we should sacrifice tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Spoken like a Marine, amphibious.
Listen, look at it. It's right there, man. It's right there.
That's a Marine's favorite word.
Amphibious. Yeah. No, yeah. But I mean, think about that. I think the best thing we could do is do our kind of like quiet arming of the Taiwanese, the way we're doing right now, where we make a military incursion so costly it's not attractive. And so China is exclusively relegated to diplomatic negotiations. I think that's the only thing that we can do for Taiwan. I don't think we can defend them on their behalf. I don't know if that would be smart.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you. I think
Uh-oh. Ernie Lee said, Taiwanese viewer here, also a master's in international relations and politics. Would love to hear y'all's take. Well, yeah, that's my take is I'll give you as many guns as you want, but I don't know if we're going to send American Marines to defend Taiwan.
Yeah, if the push comes to shove, like it's a very difficult place for the U.S. to succeed, especially under our current military conditions militarily. Like, yeah, we still have blue water navy where our military, from what I've heard from the generals that I've talked to, every time I ask them, they're like, we're years ahead. But at the same time, I'm like sometimes like not that confident because we don't really know a lot about China. And although our intelligence is, the best in the world, they're the most secretive world power that we've dealt with.
I'll tell you right now. So this was another Robert Kaplan take, was that China does not need to be a pure military in order to defeat us. Yeah. And so when it comes to aircraft carriers, when it comes to destroyers, when it comes to blue water navies, etc., you don't need to have an aircraft carrier to fight another aircraft carrier. Yeah. You need fast missiles or drone swarms. So presuming that we're running a blue water navy somewhere between Japan and Taiwan, all it would take is also like diesel submarines. Diesel submarines, they run off of diesel engines, but they also run off of electric batteries. And this is like a cheap technology that's been around since like the 1950s, and China has the capacity to manufacture this. So they have basically cheap, effective submarines that are silent. Yeah. They can easily manufacture drone swarms that would overwhelm our countermeasures. And then also they likely have simple ballistic missile technology that could hit our ships. So is it as cool as our stuff? Is it advanced as our stuff? No, but it doesn't need to be, because all they need to do is they need to get one lucky missile hit, one lucky drone swarm, and then boom, you just sunk a multi-billion-dollar nuclear aircraft carrier and you lost all of your force projection. So, and then also, sorry to, I'm not trying to bore anybody, but also think about the logistics supply chain, right? We're talking about flying. Let's say it was actually a war with China. We're talking about flying or sailing troops to Japan and the Koreas, then to make it to Taiwan and fight. That is a infinitely more difficult logistics supply chain than just filling up commercial and military vessels with tens of thousands of troops and then just swarming the island. So that's where, for me, we can, I think the gentleman or lady, Ernie, in our chat said the porcupine strategy is the popular sentiment here for our government, for your information. And porcupine, if I'm reading that analogy correctly, they have quills on their back. So predators, it makes it so difficult for predators to eat them, because if they try to eat them, they get stabbed in the face. So I think that's exactly correct.
Yeah. I'm honestly, like, I'm happy I'm talking to you, because you're talking like a security studies scholar. And I thought I was gonna come here and be like some normal foreign policy.
Listen, bro, I'm in DC. Let's
no. I don't mean it like that. But
I'm kidding.
I mean it more of like, some like more like normal foreign policy takes. But what you just said is exactly what I'm thinking, and what I think like most people in the military are thinking. Whatever we think about like General Mark Milley, and I know like a lot of people on my side of the aisle hate him because he's very publicly criticizing Trump and everything. He makes this point frequently about like how we need to modernize our military. Some of it is AI. He wrote this article with the CEO of Google on Foreign Affairs more recently. But aside from, modernization in terms of like AI and all this, which the Russians and their Chinese are already ahead, but they're only ahead because we haven't started in that intersection of the military and AI. In the AI, broadly speaking, we are ahead. And in the military, broadly speaking, we are ahead. It's just that intersection. But what you just said about like they can just sink us if they hit one target and the entire equation changes entirely is completely right. And I think that the U.S. has had this emphasis understandably so, in the last decades, that we want to build big, majestic things. We want to have big ships. We want to have, big planes. And we're like, we got the biggest, the strongest. We start sounding like Trump.
Yeah.
We're like, so big, so huge. But like,
I'll tell you.
at the end of all, that's not going to win us a war. We need to
it's not.
Move quick, small, but targeted. We need to be, the smaller it is, but the bigger punch it carries, the better it is. And
that's why the Marine Corps. So this was controversial. They either talked about it or they did it. I haven't. Hold on. So it's okay to destroy the economy of my country if it benefits the U.S. That what must fear here. Zapatera, you're going to have to tell us what country you're from. So no, we're not trying to destroy the economy. Mexico. All right. Well, anyways, so exactly what you said. The Marine Corps, as far as I know, they either did give up their tanks or they're planning on phasing out their tanks. And the reason why is because a tank, it's impressive. It can take a big hit. It has large weapons. Australia. Oh, okay. Interesting. So there's a lot of advantages to a tank. And then if you have a tank and an armored personnel carrier and you have dismounted infantry, then those working together, they can pretty much destroy any threat that's on that's coming their way. However, one infantryman with a really advanced rocket launcher or dozens of drones armed with like rocket propelled grenades, like attached to them or whatever, that can totally counter the technology. And it's infinitely cheaper too. 50 drones with RPGs duct taped to them is 90% cheaper. And what it can do, it's not going to necessarily kill the crew, but it doesn't need to. What it can do is it can swarm, hit the track, knock out the track, and then now you're either dismounting the infantry where they're infinitely more vulnerable, or you're talking about repairing the tank while the mechanic crew can be ambushed or hit with more drones. And so again, like you have to look, this is what happened with the War on Terror, by the way. Dudes in pajamas with an AK-47 and 2 magazines. Yeah, our Navy SEALs might have been able to kill 20 of them, but there were 50 of them. And so as a result, we lost our Navy SEALs. So that's where, I like that the United States military is high speed, low drag. I like that we have the best guns. I like that we have the best lasers. I like that we have the best night vision. I love that we have the best air support. I love all that kind of crap. But the truth is, you either get enough cheap technology or enough cheap infantry and you throw it at us and eventually we crack.
Yeah. Yeah, the super accurate analysis. I don't know if we could agree more. Maybe we would disagree once we get into Trump. But
that's actually, sorry, that brings up something in chat. Somebody was saying that they really like Trump because he's muscular on China. But my read on the situation is that Trump would throw Taiwan to China instantaneously. Like if China tried to invade Taiwan, I think Trump would be like, yeah, it's their backyard, it's their fucking problem.
Do you think it would be much different under a Democratic administration?
Hey, listen, a Democrat would at least be like, "Oh, China, that's really bad."
Yeah, I mean, it's like so hard to determine these things because number one, I still don't really know when China would invade Taiwan or whether they would invade it the way we think they would. I know she has said that they would use military if necessary and all these things, but are they in that moment now in the way things are shaping, their domestic problems, their economy, when they're trying to appeal to the rest of the world? I don't know when necessarily. People keep throwing these
I agree. I agree. And China doesn't necessarily see itself that way, if anything. And by the way, this could all change. But what I've heard is that part of the indictment of the United States from China is that we're trying to be the world police. We stick our nose in everybody's business. We're bloodthirsty. We jump into war way too quick, et cetera, et cetera. And so while we are the dominant world power, we don't deserve to be. Whereas if you look at like Chinese imperial history, they talk about like the meritocratic testing system that they had for like 3,000 years. They talk about how they had vassal states, but it was largely peaceful under their rule, how they never really expanded past these border points, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think I think that they would infinitely prefer to have Taiwan break under military and economic pressure and seek reconciliation with the mainland and then kind of absorb it the way that they absorbed Hong Kong. That would be my prediction.
Yeah. But by the way, how do you find me through Nevin, or do you watch the Cheng debate? Because I think you follow me first.
Well, for Nevin. So Nevin tagged me and he said, "Oh, this guy's cool, et cetera, et cetera." And so I know Nevin. He's a good guy. And
yeah, I had a Nevin. You said we're there.
Yeah.
But,
So
no.
he's obviously he's not a huge fan of Trump, but he still identifies as a Republican.
Yeah.
He still thinks like a lot of the conservative right wing things when it comes to economics is off. But he doesn't want to become a Democrat, and neither do I. So that's kind of how we get along.
The reason why I ask is because like I wasn't sure if it was because of the Cheng debate, because I was gonna reference it, but
reference it. Did you have a fun time with Cenk Uygur? Did you school him?
I debated him, and you know, most of the things that I've done this is my first time doing like something. This is Twitch, right? Is this Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch and YouTube.
My first time, you know, I've watched it before, but I've never done it. I've done like a lot of mainstream media. You know, I'm glad that I can like dress like this, go on with like a tie or something. But I've done like News Nation, like Fox News and things like that, and I like this. But the reason why I wanted to reference the Cheng debate is because, and a part of the Cheng debate, I was talking, you know, about like how the U.S. needs to deal with the world as is, and like it's increasingly transactional. We need to start like, you know, subsidizing some industries, concessionary spending, blah blah blah. And he told me, so we should be more like China, like.
And you're like, yeah,
like communist China, and yeah, and I said yeah, and the reason why I bring it up is because like whenever we think about like our approach to China, we kind of forget that they are beating us in a very specific game, and that game is appealing to other countries, to the global south or whatever. I still say third world countries.
Dude, you should have taken that and beaten him to death with it. I kind of hope you do. Because
I just say yeah.
Yeah, no, but dude, I would bring up the entire war on terror. Like, you know, George Bush had this vision for Iraq and a stabilized Middle East under like a semi-secular liberal democratic society. And he also tried to impose that on Afghanistan as well. And I'm not saying that there aren't like conscientious, free people who would be religiously and ethnically tolerant in those regions of the world. And as a matter of fact, a healthy chunk of those people fought alongside us. However, I think it was unrealistic to expect that we were going to change the culture of these two countries within a decade or two to be like enlightened, you know, enlightened democracies in line with American values, right? I think that was a excuse my French, that was a fucking insane expectation to have. And so running in and collapsing Iraq's civic infrastructure, now maybe that needed to happen anyways, right? Like maybe Saddam Hussein had to go eventually, but the amount of blood and treasure we poured into that place, expecting it to become, you know, I don't know, Oman or Dubai, like that was like an impossible expectation.
Yeah, and I think that it's in reflecting on those mistakes, and then looking at in what ways China is beating us in this very specific game, that we need to start like reorienting the way we approach the world.
I'm with you. I wish there was a way to say this. So you know, I'm gonna snitch myself out, especially with the election coming out. So I am a social conservative in some aspects. I like Jordan Peterson. I like family. I like traditional. Yeah, some people are like, oh, Jordan Peterson's a fucking liberal, right? But anyways, but like I do like religion. I do like its importance in people's lives. I do like metaphor. I do like mythology. I do like tradition. Then when it comes to fiscal conservatism, it's like I agree that we spend our money on a lot of stupid shit, but I've kind of accepted the fact that the federal government is a necessary evil in our lives, and so I've kind of accepted that. So I'm not a fiscal conservative or really like a true hardcore social conservative. So that kind of leaves neoconservative. Well, the reason why, and I'm happy you brought up the term realism because I've been thinking about this for a while. Neoconservatism were anti-leftist liberals in the 60s and 70s who wanted to use America's power, wealth, influence, and military to expand like liberal and Republican values the world over. And they felt like the Democrat Party had become infiltrated by like leftists and crypto Marxists and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So they came over to the Conservative Party in order to fight what they had seen as a left-wing takeover of the Democrats. And so I wouldn't mind being a neoconservative, but neoconservatism has become so mixed up with the war on terror, military adventurism, that if you say you're a neoconservative, basically what people think is that like you want to invade the entire Middle East and North Africa and like kill people so they do democracy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's what they think.
But I guess my question to you, because like I agree with like there's like all
so realist neoconservative actually sounds pretty based.
Yeah, but people people use these terms to mean whatever they want it to mean. But do you agree with like Bill Kristol's assumption that the U.S. should intervene in issues in global affairs, even when our concrete national interests are not exactly clear? Because I think that's like a neoconian. I don't know if that's a word, but
sure.
That's an assumption some neocons make, that like other people are going to intervene, so we better intervene, even if we don't know exactly where we're going to win here. But we need to intervene in all these other affairs, even when it's not exactly clear what exactly we win. Because that's where I go. Like, yeah, that's trash. But I see
it can be, but as an example, I think that a realist might not have intervened in the former Yugoslavia, right? They might have said, there's no minerals, there's no oil, there's no American strategic benefit. It's in Eastern Europe enough that it's probably not going to destabilize the rest of the continent. So who cares if some Serbians slaughter some Bosniaks? But I would still think that it would be moral for Europe and for the United States to intervene if there was like an ethnocide or a genocide going on in its back door. 100%.
How much of that belief is tied to the United States being like the preeminent global power? Like if that changes, or if it already has changed, would that change your perception? Like let's say right now an article comes out, the US and the Chinese military are at exactly the same levels. Will you still have
then I want to scrap just because I want to figure out who's better. But but like no, I think it becomes a new Cold War. I think it becomes we're fighting for the soul of the future of the planet. And what I mean by that, maybe this is too neoconservative for you. I think that like, I don't believe in republicanism as a like utilitarian way to get my goal. I think of republicanism as like a fundamental human good, that human beings come together in order to create a code of conduct that we all relatively adhere to, that's difficult to change, that gives us a common language and rule of law so we can coexist peacefully. When it comes to China, they might have some Republican aspects, but I feel like they've created like an oligarchical kleptocracy where they kind of veil themselves in the language of socialism and communism. But if you look at socialism and communism as described by its original proponents, they have nothing to fucking do with socialism and communism, and they've failed in their ideology. So them using that veil in order to excuse like I don't know, like an authoritarian police state, fuck them. I don't want them to control the world. And I think that's a fight worth fighting.
Yeah, but I guess like the deeper question here is like, you mentioned like neocon realist would be like a good label. What comes first to you? Because like I have no problem with borrowing neocon language when convenient, but when push, like, when the time comes, like I'm much more of a realist. You're talking about the Cold War. You mentioned the Cold War, and when I look at the Cold War, it's like obviously, like indeed, it was like such a like ideological war in the sense that like if you ask like Richard Nixon, like how do you determine that you've won, he would say like when our ideas win. Like there's all these statements like both from the USSR and the US in
it
which
was ideological, yeah, 100%.
They expressed winning as like having our ideas conquer the world. And actually, if you even go a little back in time, the top brass in the UK and in the US did not fear Soviet dominance. They did not fear the Soviet military capabilities. Again, in the short term, later when the Soviets started expanding, picture changed a little. But they never fear like, oh, like the Soviets are gonna like destroy us or like
invade the
conquer.
mainland United States.
It was mostly they thought that they were going to take advantage of the deteriorating economic conditions to like push their ideology and have some ideological capture. And in that regard, I say like, oh my god, back then I would probably have been like a neocon because I would have been involved in like an ideological battle. And when I look back, I hear all these communists in my classes go like, the U.S. was so involved in Latin America. I go like, yeah, the USSR was too. And if we didn't get involved, they would. And we need to be involved in all these arenas. But what I look at now is that the ideological appeal, right? Like the ideological battle is not necessarily backed by the same like unilateral military power dominance. Like we could afford to have this fight, this ideological fight with the Soviet Union, because at the end of it all, we knew that if the time came, we would win in any military battle, like a big one, like if we had like the Iraq War with the USSR, absent the nukes, like the nukes change everything, but like we were more powerful than the USSR. We were well ahead. Today with China, that's not the case. Like I cannot call myself with China.
Yeah, so I think that kind of breaks down. You're saying a conventional war with China, would we actually win, and do we have that confidence?
Yeah.
So I think that this scenario would be absolutely disastrous. Like any national level conflict between the United States, even if it was over like a limited thing. Let's say that the United States and China actually has open communications, and we say no nukes, we're not nuking each other. However, we are currently at war, and we are going to be deploying troops to Taiwan, or let's say like the Philippines, right? Like we are actually in armed hostile conflict over the territory of the Philippines. The reason why I think that the United States would still win in a conventional conflict, at least as far as it stands right now, is that for me, military conflict ebbs from or flows from from like combined arms. And what I mean by that is if you have air supremacy and you have the logistical capacity to have air supremacy, then you can just rain hell on your opponents no matter what. If you are able to rain hell on your opponents, then you can move into position with infantry, artillery, tanks, all that kind of crap. You can move into position with impunity. And once you can move with impunity, and once you can rain hell from the skies, at that point, it just becomes a game of infantry making contact with each other and then calling in the big guns. So until China has a technology that can counter our aerial supremacy, I'm not worried about a conventional conflict between China and the United States. I think we actually would win a conventional conflict.
Yeah, but again, like my original question would be with China as the power here and not the Soviet Union. does your examination of our level of intervention in other, like in global affairs, change? Like, does it demand?
I think we're maxed out right now. I think we're maxed out. I don't think we could do anything else.
Okay, so you think we need to prioritize much more than we did back then?
Yeah, 100%. We can't. Sorry, go ahead.
What regions would you like stop meddling too much with, or what countries?
Well, so I would maintain the status quo in the Indo-Pacific. I might try to rebuild our relationship with Australia and the Philippines, just because I think like these unilateral relationships that Robert Kaplan was talking about are important. Like, I want Vietnam to look at us as a military counter to China. Like, I don't want it to ever come to war, but I do want to keep their training, their equipment, their soldiers, their communications. I want them to have access to semi-modern technologies and tactics. That way, God forbid, China ever did get land hungry, then Southeast Asia would make them bleed, right? Same thing with the Philippines. I would want to make sure, basically, I would want to turn all of Asia into the porcupine strategy for China, right? And then when it comes to, I think that energy is going to be our focus no matter what. And even if we figure out fusion technology, even if we figure out like really more safe fission nuclear technology, I think petroleum is probably going to be a part of our lives into the future. So securing South America, like Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, those are all going to be top priorities into millennia to come, basically. And then after that, I'm not even kidding, I would focus on space. like after we contain China, make everybody a porcupine, get Central and South America under control, and make sure that Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia are stable. After that, I straight up, I would be trying to like fucking space mine and shit. I would be trying to get trillions of dollars out of the asteroid belt.
Get some space oil.
I would try. I don't know if there's oil in space, but I guarantee you there's a fuckload of lithium.
Have you ever met like a Space Force dude?
No. Are they trying to figure that out?
No, I don't know. I met a Space Force dude for the first time like 2 weeks ago, and he's like, "Oh, like I'm at the Space Force," and I was like, "Whoa, you're not just like a Netflix show or wherever that show is."
Yeah. I saw that with Steve Carell. I actually watched a couple episodes. It was pretty funny.
I don't even know where to start with space. I don't know anything about space. But
well, dude, what I would say, so neither do they, right? Because there's no rules. We haven't started yet. So yeah. Matter of fact, so we are hitting 90 minutes, so I do want to wrap it up a bit. And I have no problems talking to you in the future. If there's something passionate that you got going on that you want to have a conversation about, I'm super down. But quick recommendation about space stuff, just to kind of get your brain wrapped around it. There is a TV show called The Expanse, and it's a science fiction show. It's just politics in space. There's wars, there's like a bioweapon, there's alien technology, there's all this crap. But the way that they figure it out, oftentimes in space, the way that they deal with gravity is they just make fake gravity and they deal with it, right? Well, in this show, the way that they maintain gravity is they figured out fusion energy technology. And so the ships are in constant acceleration. That way they can simulate gravity in the ship. And so as a result, that kind of plays with everything. It makes it more realistic. And so if we actually figure out, in my estimation, if we figure out fusion technology, if Elon Musk keeps doing what he's doing, 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now, our great grandchildren will be having conversations about different planets the way that we're talking about, geopolitics.
Yeah. Is there anything else we want to touch on?
No, I do have a family, so I kind of got to get running. But can you? We still have a healthy chunk of folks in the chat. Can you tell them who you are, where they can find you, and what you're all about?
Yeah, guys. Well, it's great to be here. We talked about like a lot of like very specific stuff, which was like very fun and very different to what I'm accustomed to do. I was telling my friend, like, is he gonna go like, what do you think about like Israel just did this airstrike? And I'm like, I have no idea. It's like news. This is all very good. My name is JP Vilasmil. I live in Washington. I work for the Spectator. I also do some cool stuff with like some like Latin America focused think tanks and all that. And I write in a bunch of places. I'm a young guy. I'm in my early 20s, but I think I'm ascendant. I think I'm ascending. And I
want to ask you for a job. I want to move to DC.
No. I will give everyone jobs one day. But you can follow me on Twitter, real JP VILLASMIL, real JP Vilasmil, and then like on Instagram JP Vilasmil. I want to start doing something. Like I don't know how to start this, but from what I understand, it's really hard to like start something.
DM me. I'll give you the breakdown. So the quick advice is you need to have a niche. You need to make a predictable product that people can consume. If you're for streamers, I do it all wrong. Streamers should be live 5 hours a day, 8 hours a day, right? Like, and if you're working a full-time job, that's hard. So you would have to basically be live 3 to 4 hours a day at the same time every single day. When it comes to YouTube videos, though, you can't have a 2-hour video and a 10-minute video and a 30-minute video and a 45-minute video and a 2-hour video. You can't, and all on different topics. You can't do that. You're going to screw up your system. You need to have a predictable product that people are coming to you for, and you need to repeat that niche. So if you're a geopolitical analyst and that's what you want to do, then you need to pick a topic, 10 or 20-minute video, cover that topic, and then the next day you need to do the exact same thing again.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know. I don't know when I'm gonna get there, but for all the people watching, like if you ever want to reach out and like have a discussion with me before I become the biggest streamer in the world, like, I'm joking. You can always reach out to me at real JP Vilasmil. I love this conversation. It was really informative. I learned a lot from you actually, and I picked my own brain because. Although I study geopolitics and I'm supposed to be a security expert, most of the things that I do on like media are very like quick and like, you're wrong, I'm right. Good.
So based.
No, I'm super based. I'm super based. Check out my Al Jazeera debate, guys. Like I was so based on that. I did a womp on one of the guys there.
So you're just so millennials are boomers now, and you're just like frustrating like millennial commentators by being like, you're wrong.
Yeah. That's what I do. I call Sheng Mr. Yogurt. I'm like, Mr. Yogurt.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a bit of a provocative guy sometimes, but I'm glad that here I don't need to. Here I can talk about my thoughts.
Yeah, bro.
All right, man.
All right. It was a pleasure. You have a beautiful night. All right.
You too. Take care.
All right. Bye now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you enjoyed the show. I am going to be running now. I do have a family I need to take care of, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to scroll through comments real quick just because I want to catch up with you guys. It's been a while. We did have 145 at our peak. We do have around 70 cross-platform right now. So thank you for coming to hang out with me this evening. I know that it's late, and I haven't showed myself enough, but go ahead and like the stream. If you haven't liked the stream, it does help it out in the algorithm. If you do have some donos, go ahead and do the super chats or whatever, or gifted subs or blah, 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 blah. Shill. Alternatively, you can also just type in @counterfire into the chat, COUNTERFIRE, and just ask me a direct question. I'm going to scroll through. If I see anything interesting, I'm going to address it in chat. And then also, if you ask me any specific questions, I will address them before I leave. Donations are appreciated, but not required. And just you watching does give me some ad revenue. So thank you kindly for your contributions to my ad revenue on YouTube and Twitch. Jonah Boy says, the United Imperium of America, let's go. True. Maybe we can infiltrate the DC think tank establishment and get them to consider our United States of Americas. DD the Schmay says, at Counterpoints, could we update the stream title? Yes, we did. My apologies. When I did it originally on Restream, it did update YouTube, but it didn't update Twitch. I wasn't trying to be sneaky. But I did appreciate the increased metrics from Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson, he had a 5K live, which is insane. But that's totally awesome. Congratulations to Andrew Wilson for his success. And we were peaking out at 145 or 150, which means that debate content is apparently not dead. You just have to get a big name to fight. That's what we were missing. Here I am, debating 3 follower Twitter spurgs, and apparently I just need to find the guys from whatever podcast calling women whores, and boom, peak viewership. Good times. We need a Joe Manchin for president in that vein, post-liberal. Yeah, there were some arguments about whether or not what he was advocating for was good. I think a neocon realist would be an interesting label to adopt, because I think neoconservative, if you look at the history, it's liberals who who left the Democratic Party, came to the conservatives, and wanted to use America's economic and military power in order to promote their values globally. But then obviously that went too far with the war on terror. So then realism is often associated with, I would say, in my estimation, realism is kind of rooted in the skepticism of power and what it can accomplish. And so I think that might be a nice balance to neoconservative, where you're saying, like, yeah, I like liberal values. Yeah, I like republicanism. Yeah, I like the United States. Yes, I like mixed economy capitalism. Yes, I want to promote it across the world. Yes, I think that's an international priority. However, there's limitations to our power that we learned in the war on terror. And as a result, I am more realistic about what we can achieve. I think that lines up with my geopolitical philosophy pretty accurately. Ad libitum says, the mouse suffers when elephants fight. Badly paraphrased African proverb. That's actually really based. I'm not sure if I'll remember that one, but it is a good phrase. Freedom for West Taiwan, indeed. Ernie Lee says, Taiwanese viewer here, also a master's in international relations and politics. Would love to hear your take on my home. So yeah, I hope you did enjoy that. I don't want to, whenever there's a Ukrainian or a Taiwanese or an Israeli or a Palestinian in my chat, I always hate talking about conflict as if it's like this giant war game, because obviously there's tens of thousands of lives at stake, and people, it's easy to talk smack about people dying overseas when you're in the comfort of your air-conditioned home in Florida in the United States, separated by Eurasia by some oceans. But I appreciate the fact that it wasn't too crazy for you, Ernie Lee. Lots of Taiwanese love Trump, presumably because of how quote-unquote tough they are on China and how brazen he is with his rhetoric. While I'm concerned with his potential to disrupt the alliance, Japan, South Korea, Australia stability. I agree with you 100%, Ernie. I think that while Trump will openly talk smack about China, that's obviously a negotiation position. And I think that he would sell out Taiwan faster than a Democrat. I think a Democrat, if Taiwan didn't fold instantaneously militarily, if there was actually like a militant resistance, I think that a Democrat would at minimum condemn what was going on and apply economic pressure to China. And I think at maximum, they might continue to trade weapons. So I would go for like a normie institutionalist politician over Donald Trump when it came to a Taiwanese invasion. Christian Blair says, drones and their rocket force is a major problem in the U.S. Navy for sure, but so is a B-2 bomber and cruise missile capability. True. That's why I was talking about how China does have technologies that are easily able to counter, the United States Blue Water Navy. And I think that's an accurate assessment. But I do agree with you, Christian Valeris, that I think that air supremacy is massive. Being able to hit your opponent at any time from any angles with any capacity, something as small as like almost like a tuna can going 2,000 miles an hour that can blow up a single individual person, or dropping a tactical nuke that can destroy a city. Those are, that is a massive amount of technology to bring to bear on your opponents. And if you have air supremacy, then that's actually part of the reason why I was so surprised that Russia didn't establish air supremacy in Ukraine, was because it's like you're fighting effectively with your hands tied behind your back. Now, there's probably a lot of reasons for that, which is running a complex air force is very, very, very difficult. But that's actually something that the United States does particularly well. The U.S. might not need pilots for strategic bombing. Listen, we're getting more advanced drones all the time. I don't know if y'all have seen those. They look like a B-2 Spirit, or they look like a B-21 Raider, I guess they call them. I forget. But they're very small. They're only the size of like half the size of an F-18. and they are drone based. There's no pilot, and they can launch from aircraft carriers. I almost guarantee you that we have some of those that are ready that could, one, probably aerially dogfight and shoot down whatever Chinese jets they have, and two, they could probably really harass and destroy China's anti-air capacities. Now, whether or not we have enough, missiles or enough bombs or enough smart bombs in order to pull that off, I don't know. But I know technologically we are capable of it. Sapatra says the war on terror was a disaster. As a participant in the war on terror, I agree full-heartedly. Christian Blair says USMC are wargaming with island hopping platoons with HIMARS to coordinate to sink ships. That sounds actually really fun. We only had one 9/11. True. They gave up the tanks. Thank you, Contra FDN. I heard about it, and I heard some Marine tankers complaining, but I also heard Marine tankers complaining about their jobs when they had them. So, I don't know what to make of that. Christian Blair says, dude has a love affair with dictators, including Xi. True. Trump does. If a nuke blows up in the middle of an invasion fleet of Taiwan, I think that would cause the Chinese to turn around and go home with their tails between their legs. I agree, but would we have the nutsack to blow up a nuke in the middle of the Taiwan Strait? I don't think we would. I think we would watch it happen, and we would see whether or not the Taiwanese put up a fight. And if they did put up a fight, we would probably support them economically and politically, but then they would have to fight on their own to the point that we would be able to logistically resupply them without China being able to kill us for resupplying them. So that's a trick, because if you have American merchant ships floating to Taiwan to drop off ammunition, then I think that China has the right to torpedo or missile strike those ships. And so then at that point, is there an American military response? I don't know. Overall, it's just bad news bears for everybody. Christian Blair says the last military conflict for the Chinese were engaged in the 1970s, Cambodia, and they got stomped. True. I don't have a lot of confidence in Chinese infantry. It seems like they like to just charge machine gun nests and get mowed down. Didi the Schmay says, I think we owe the Republic the Rock. They are our allies since World War II, and ever since World War II, Taiwan has been... Oh, Republic of China, got you. Taiwan has been one of the biggest success stories of democratic freedom in the history of the world, and they made all their changes to their government and reforms in Taiwan because they believe that America would like it and come to defend them. If we turn our back on Taiwan, I think the U.S. is turning us back on the idea of democracy and freedom. I agree, but there's you have to survive in order to fight. So a nuclear war over Taiwan wouldn't be good for everyone. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying it has to be an evaluation because, again, we'll figure it out. Robin Page says, at Counterfire, we should have enacted something like the Marshall Plan for Iraq and Afghanistan instead of looting the place to enrich Cheney. I don't know if I agree with looting the place. If you're saying, so hold on, let me just address that earnestly. That way it doesn't seem like I'm dodging. Cheney enriched his golf buddies. They hired KBR, Halliburton, whoever you want to call it. And so he used to work for them, and all his golf buddies got like billion-dollar contracts. So they all became billionaires or multi-millionaires off of the situation. And I'm sure Cheney had some stock options or something, or he got paid on the back end or something like that, right? I'm sure he got rich off of the deal, or else he wouldn't be interested in doing it. However, I don't think we stole Iraq's gold. I don't think we stole their museum pieces. The majority of that was raided by locals and then sold on the black market. We didn't steal their oil. We're paying for their oil. So when you're saying looted, I don't think that's accurate. I think that we actually are just paying Iraq for their petroleum, the market rate at this point. Anyways, ad libitum says me. I don't know. Marshall Plan could have worked in Iraq, not in Afghanistan. Controlling tribes, most of which were loyal to the Taliban, given Pakistani support, was more important. I agree with you, Christian Valeris. I think Afghanistan is its own beast. It's its own beast. You could do Marshall Plans in the cities and then just not care about the countryside, but then you just have the Taliban coming in and order raid and kill everybody in the cities every now and then. So not cool. And Afghanistan is a kleptocracy. You basically, like, if it's not nailed down, if nobody's looking, you steal it. Didi the Schmay says, my understanding of it is a little shaky. Please correct me if I get it wrong. The Australians wanted to buy French subs, and then there was a debate along political lines in Australia on whether or not it would be better to get nuke subs from America. Then American ambassadors saw an opening and pushed for U.S. subs to be a part of a trade deal with Australia, and Australia ultimately gave in and canceled the contract with the French. Ooh, I would not be surprised if the French were pissed. Yeah. Israel has no fear of invasion destruction. I don't know about that. I think a lot of the Israeli mentality is based around the fear of invasion and destruction. Now, they don't have any fear of invasion or destruction because they prepare for it. You know, they could probably stomp everyone around them like 3 or 4 times over, but they prepare for it every day. Contra FTN says Geopol chillin'. True. That's what we did. We started with a spicy debate with Mr. Andrew Wilson, and we ended with a chill Geopol convo with a guy who apparently stomped Cenk Uygur. What a blessed and base night. Ask him to help you date the Lincoln Project people for your leg up. Lol. True, Cacophonies. I actually do have a Discord message with some contact info for some Never Trumpers. Should probably take advantage of it. Dude, if I could sit around and think tank with a bunch of smart DC nerds, I would, and get paid a living wage to do that, I would be ecstatic. That's like my dream job. Christian Blair says, at Counterfire, you're still trying to stream Wednesday with Brianna? Yeah, I did text her twice. I know she's busy. I texted her like, hey, what's your schedule like this week? And then I did a follow-up text. So I don't know if I said something rude and I upset her, or if she's just super, super busy right now. We'll find out soon enough. I don't want to be harassy about it. I've been super busy too, but we're figuring it out. So I'll. My wife is giving me a signal to wrap up stream. Didi the Shmay, at Counterpoints context for chat I had at Sapatra, have been talking about the Australian nuke sub that came out of discussion for defending Taiwan. Interesting. I think I read a little bit of that just a moment ago. Cacavoni says, at Counterpoints, what is your current carry? I swapped in my Legion and have a Hollow Sun PID 507C, 1/10 of the size of my Dream bolt gun. Yeah, I just have a Glock. It's a hand-me-down, like 40 cal. I think it's a Glock 26. And then I do have the bolter. I got the chainsword. I got a Caltech 5.56 pistol. So yeah, I got enough. Bud123 says, Destiny seems to double down on points to win an argument rather than reformulating his arguments around facts or evidence. Depends on the argument. I think he always thinks that he's always telling the truth, but I have seen him ignore counterpoints that were inconvenient for his argument. I try not to do that, but I do think that allows. So for instance, in this debate with Mr. Wilson, I think that there are a few times where he's like, haha, I had a gotcha. And I was like, no, you didn't. And that's because he's setting up something that sounds good. No offense to Andrew Wilson's audience. Sounds good to a fucking moron. Okay. So if you like him, you like his style of argumentation, if you agree with his politics, then if it seems like I am considering what he says, and then he sets up a dunk and then executes it and then acts like he got a dunk, then you're like, oh shit, ooh. But to me, it's like, what? No, that's not good, because that doesn't align with reality. I think when you're considerate, especially in debates, when you're considerate of other people's perspectives to the point that you're reformulating it into your arguments, it can seem like a concession to their perspective that they're like winning the argument or whatever, when that's not how I conceptualize it at all. That's probably because I'm not retarded and I have an IQ above 80. And if you guys notice that, it's probably because you have an IQ above 80 and you're not retarded. But just notice that in conversations. If you entertain a stupid person's idea, they will act. And I'm not calling Andrew Wilson stupid. I'm not. I do think he's a good debater, a good arguer, and obviously a strong entertainer, or else he wouldn't be where he is right now. But what I am saying is, when you entertain somebody's perspective that you believe to be correct or stupid, but you entertain it in order to reformulate your arguments, you are essentially granting credence to things that you might not think are correct. And so the opposing audience might take that as a win. Ernie Lee, says, I really love your military insights. It's not a field I'm well versed in. Yeah, honestly, like I would love to do geopol analysis like 100% of the time, but to be honest, it seems like talking about stupid drama between dumb internet personalities is a good way to get better YouTube metrics. So, maybe we just slip in some drama and not drama. We slip in some geopolitics and we slip in some military analysis along with our dumb drama. AD says, do you think Republicans should embrace more economics liberalism? Liberalism actually means more of a free market. I think that they should embrace more economic redistributivism, which is more associated with progressives. So I think that like the market's fairly strong in the United States of America. I do think we need to make sure that the money gets where it needs to go so Americans can live happy, healthy, fruitful, productive, and childbearing lives. And right now, the economy is not built for that. It's built for maximum profit. Bud123 says, my fleet of trireme are part of my Blue Water Navy. So based. Christian Blair says, Marines forgetting they're a traditional maritime fighting force. Lol. No tanks needed. Keeping eating those crayons. True. I agree. We should get rid of the tanks. We should focus on amphibious assault and amphibious landings and shock warfare. Intuitive Jackal says, at Counterfire, what would happen if Trump goes mask off saying he will rule like a dictator, ally with China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and declare war on NATO and allies in Southeast Asia? One, that's never going to happen. Two, 99% of the United States military would rebel. So no way. No way. Even Trump supporters in the military would be compelled to go against him. The oath of the, as a matter of fact, why don't we take a look at it? I know my wife wants me, but of defense oath. So I, Connor, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. You swear first to the Constitution. Then you swear to obey your leaders. So yeah, I don't think that would happen. Dylan Burns Live says, Fortress Taiwan with American backing is the only way an independent Taiwan can have sovereignty until China recognizes the status quo as permanent. I think that is optimistic, but what do I know? You're in a war zone and I am not. Bud123 says, did the U.S. ally with opium smugglers in Afghanistan? The Taliban shut down the opium trade in Afghanistan when they took over. Bud123, I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on that. Reason being, the Taliban did beef with opium farmers, but 90% of the world's opium came from Afghanistan from like 1991 when they seized power all the way up until our invasion. The United States DEA tried to get local people to stop producing opium, and it was so bad because all the opium farmers started siding with jihadists in order to come after us. So I think we stopped trying to intervene on the drugs because it was so disastrous. AD says, do you see us having a 60% spending of GDP in taxation and 40% like Europe? No. I think we'll always be more economically free than Europe. Bud123 says, I can't vote because New York accepted my registration to vote, but apparently not my form I filled out to request an absentee ballot. Dang, I'm sorry. Intuitive Jackal says, at Counterfire, it seems like Andrew Wilson has let his numerous dunks on numerous women on whatever politics get to his head. Listen, if you go from, we peaked out at 150 viewers. If you go from 50 to 150 viewers to 5,000 viewers, and you start being able to support your family by dunking on whores, and you're still considered an aggressive and strong debate opponent, I think you're allowed to have a little bit of an ego. Now, don't let it go to your head, of course. But I think that, you're allowed to have a little bit of ego. DD the Shmay says, I like the geopolitics and Warhammer stuff more than drama, but I might be in the minority. I think statistically you're in the minority. My apologies. If I put, this is what happened to Kamala Harris today, 900 views. And we're only like a 4K sub channel on the politics side, right? If I put, this is what the Trump person said that caused a shitstorm, 900 views. If I put Glub Shitto A shits on Glub Shitto B, 4,000 views easily, like 3,000 views. Like seriously, if it's so funny too, because we're in such a small niche of internet and YouTube politics, but straight up, if you post two small or medium or large size political commentator debaters or whatever fighting each other, boom, for some reason the numbers just pop. So like, dude, I don't know. Maybe it's because I haven't catered to a normie audience enough. Maybe all of my audience is just like Twitch and YouTube political spurgs. Maybe that's my fault for the way that I built the channel. But to be honest, that's the way the algorithm is pushing me, is to focus on niche micro internet celebrity drama fights and then try to jam like highfalutin geopolitics and philosophy and ideology into stupid interpersonal drama. That's the way that I'm looking at it. Cacophony says at Counterpoints, look up at the TV show Rubicon. It came out at the same time as Homeland, was 1,000 times the show, and was conspiracy intel community. Only made it one season because it was too real. Worth a watch. Interesting. Eventually, when I go full time, I want to do like counter reviews where I think you guys might remember. I did a breakdown of Full Metal Jacket. I did a breakdown of Fury. I did a breakdown of Way of the Gun and all that kind of stuff. I want to do that content again, but I think it needs to be on its own channel. So I would love to check out like a Intel spy shooter thriller TV show and then break it down. I'm in grad school in Montana and my home address is in New York. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Didi the Schmay says, have good luck with your day. Have a nice day. Okay, cool. Been studying Denmark. They have a robust welfare state, but they are more socially conservative culturally than American leftists seem to understand. Yeah, also, I'm not sure if Denmark is considered Scandinavian or not, but their labor force participation rate is like 5 to 10% higher than us. I'm not saying that you can't have a robust welfare state in the United States, but I am saying that you would need to change our culture to get another 5 to 10% of people to participate in the workforce in order to support that robust social safety net. Christian Blair says, have a good night. See you next time. Thank you, 07. Back right at you. Salute. Boom. Beautiful salute. RJ says, a counterfire here from the Crucible debate. Well, thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. If you did, if you're just coming in literally right now, I'm wrapping up too, so my apologies. But go ahead and you can rewind it. Obviously, you probably saw the Andrew Wilson debate, but we had a geopolitical analyst on, and he was super good. Now, obviously, it wasn't as spicy, but I would say if you want two geopol nerds to lay out what they think is going on in modern politics and the conflicts that face us all, I think we did a pretty good job. So yeah. Christian Blair says, do Generation Kill. I love Generation Kill. I think it's one of the most phenomenal series ever. I think it's a modern version of Band of Brothers. Like Band of Brothers is more highfalutin and emotional and ideological and plays lots of music with lots of feelings and violin. Generation Kill, I think, is just an accurate representation of what War on Terror Marines were like. Anyways. All right. I'm going to go. Thank you to the roughly 70 people cross-platform who are still with us, even after a very long night. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Like, share, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube nonsense. Become a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber if you are not already. Either tonight or later on, feel free to do super chats. I do parasocially love you fine folk for hanging out with me. Platinum Soldy says he fell asleep during Band of Brothers. Well, watch The Pacific, which is a more brutal Pacific theater version of it, following Marines. And then watch Generation Kill. It was fantastic. All right. Parasocial love, ladies and gents. I'm saluting you. Have a beautiful night. Bye for now. Bye.